2, 3, 4, 1.
What's up, YouTube? It's me, the Artisan MC, and it's 11:11 on a Sunday. This is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. It is a Stooper Bowl Sunday, and I don't say that to be dismissive of the Super Bowl. I've watched it a lot in my past when I was younger. It was fun. I like sports. I'm very athletic. I just don't give a shit. I just don't care that much. Not nowadays. I really don't. I used to watch the Super Bowls with the 49ers and Joe Montana playing. I just don't find myself caring that much about that shit anymore. I just don't. So it would be disingenuous of me to try to sit up here and feign interest and excitement or shit like that for what? Tacos, steaks, carnitas, beer, friends, wearing jerseys like I play sports, like I play for the teams and I'm about to ready to go out there and take a snap. I don't see the point. I don't see the point in it personally. But I understand that people like to have things to bond over and things to hate other people for. So I understand it in that concept of human interaction. It's kind of important for the normal baseline motherfuckers to have that kind of bread and circuses. I just don't find myself caring. Not that goddamn much, at least. Started doing this stream out of habit, not because I actually wanted to, I should say. And I thought it was really interesting sitting back here and just watching the numbers go up and down, the people running in and running out while the music was playing. I always wonder about that shit. It's like the attention span thing. I know Angry Man was talking about it the other day because even he, at his level of being able to pull 1,000 viewers at one time, deals with people running in and out of his chat, which speaks to attention spans and what people expect to happen in the first 2 minutes of a video. I guess you expect some nigga to be sitting up here performing tricks for nothing that you've actually contributed to. All the entertainment for no investment. Aquateki said, I'm in it only for the commercials, and I have a feeling that they will be meh this year. Well, you know, Aquateki, that was when, if I wanted to really think about it, which I really don't, but if I wanted to really think about when I started losing interest in the Super Bowl, it would probably be when I realized that I was watching it more for the commercials than the game. Because when I think about enjoying the Super Bowls, and I've watched a bunch of them. Well, I used to watch it like every year, right? Seen the Bears win, seen the 49ers win, seen the Patriots win. I've seen a bunch of people win the Super Bowl. I don't give a shit. But when I realized what I was watching it for, it wasn't the goddamn game. It wasn't even the team that was there. I liked the Super Bowl showing up because Mama would make her tacos. Do a big ass taco bar and make all this damn food, and we sit down and eat tacos and drink beer. Maybe we got together with the family or whatever and did some shit. Otherwise, it was just moms and us at the house watching the game. Because mom's is a spectator. She never plays sports. Never. She's a spectator. She loves watching. She loves to watch. And if you win, she loves to pose with the trophy. If you lose, when we think about your ass. Now, I love the food. Love the food and the camaraderie of the food happening. Love that. The other thing I was watching for was the commercials. And mind you, I was there. I'm old enough to remember every one of those big commercials, the Bud Lights and the Spuds McKenzie and all that stupid shit. I remember all of those. That's what you were watching the shit for. You're sitting through the game to get to the commercials to see what played next. Because make no mistake about it, before this game is even over, there will be hundreds of YouTube channels sitting there commenting on the commercials that happen on the shit, and just trying to do it first. For what? The same fucking commercial that's going to be available from this point on the rest of the fucking year. So what's the point? What's the point of investing all that time to be the first one to see, record a reaction, give your thoughts on it, put it out there to your subscribers, just so some motherfucker that didn't even watch the damn commercial can come along 5 minutes after you posted your video, watch it, take your fucking talking points, and make another video that does 4 times the numbers as you with none of the work, none of the knowledge. What's the point? And Trail being funny, he said he won't see the Ursher. You want to see Ursher? Yeah, go to Vegas. He there all week, every day, every night. I had a video I want to show you guys of something that was more interesting to me than watching the Super Bowl. And mind you, I don't know why this is taking so goddamn long. One of my state teams are in the shit. This would be significant because look, my brother's team is the Kansas City Chiefs. I told you guys that before. My younger brother never lived in Kansas City, none of that shit. But his team is the Chiefs. He's been rocking with the Chiefs for at least 20 goddamn years. He is a Chiefs fan. We all know that in the family. Okay? A lot of the other family are 49ers fans, but a lot of other family are females. They like winners. Got a couple of Raiders fans too. We do. Because it's Bay Area teams. Right? Now, when I looked at the Super Bowl lineup for this today, I realized that it was the Chiefs and the 49ers. Like, oh shit, I need to call my brother. See how much money he got riding on this shit. Because my brother is he can gamble. He can win big. He can win. That's my bro. He good at that shit. So I know he's going to be invested in this game. If he's not at the game, if he is not at the game, I wouldn't doubt it. If he ain't at the game, he probably in Vegas living it up right now. For real. So I'll be happy for him if he wins. I'll be happy for the Bay Area if he loses. Don't matter either way. Doesn't matter either way to me. I have no skin in the game. Either way. And my love or my hate for the team, the game, the spectacle, all that shit won't matter in the least bit to how they manage their teams the next year. That's why I don't think it matters. I don't see the point of yelling at a TV for something I have no input in, have no control over. So what's the point? It's not affecting the outcome. I can tell you that much. Because if nobody was watching this shit, these motherfuckers would still be out there on the field playing this game. That's their fucking job. The only difference is a lot of other people wouldn't make as much money off of it. It's so fucking stupid, dude. I'm gonna send you guys this video. And I can't because it is taking for fucking ever to load. As you can see, I'm at work because I am on call. And I've actually been at work since Friday. I have not left. Well, I did leave to get one thing, but then I came right back. Andre said, I never actually watched the Super Bowl. I played sports, though. That was me, Andre. I like playing sports. When I was younger, I played every sport. And that's why when I tell people that I don't watch football, they look at me like I'm a broken black dude. Like, oh, you don't watch football? No, nigga, I don't wear a do-rag either. Stereotypical son of a bitches. I said, look, it's boring to me to watch it on TV. That's the easiest way to explain it to them. It's boring to me to watch it on TV. I like playing. I like being a player. I'm not a fan necessarily of just being a spectator. It doesn't move me the same way at all. Yeah, I could sit there and do it and sit with the rest of the fucking, the regular folks and just, but I ain't feeling that shit. I'm not feeling it at all. And it would be disingenuous for me to sit up there and try to pretend like I am when I'm not. A lady friend right now in Reno, single, took her sister with her because I ain't into sports. She chased around the team everywhere they go. For what? Who are you looking to catch? You can't care that much. You really can't care that much. Never having played. Why do you give a fuck? Just something to throw money at. This is fucking pissing me off. Anyway, so I may watch it. Funny enough, I may watch a little piece of it. Just fucking because. Not because I cared about the 49ers winning another one if they do. Just to get a little bit of what my brother might be going through when he watches the game. It would be entertaining to me. Just to know what his angst about the shit will be. Because I know if they lose, and I call him Tuesday, not Monday, Tuesday, he'll talk about it and he'll go the fuck off. He'll go off. Well, you can't, if they lose, don't call his ass tonight. Don't talk to his ass on Monday. He's going to be tired of hearing that shit. He's going to be tired of hearing that shit. I'll talk to him Tuesday. Not because I'm afraid of my little brother, just because I know how he's going to be. He don't want to hear that shit. He's going to be in flame mode. And I'm down to hear the angst. But I'd be burning me with that shit. I don't care. And it's just going to piss you off to sit there and tell me and watch me laugh at that shit. Yeah, exactly, Aquateki. He will need time to recover. And I'm a good brother. I know my younger brother, man. I will give him his time and his space so we can cool down and then talk about it when he's ready. That's if they lose. If they win, I can call him right after the game finish. And he'll answer the phone. Yeah, man, we up here. We don't. He'll be up. He'll be up. And all I want to know is how much did you win? That's all I need to know. I'm just curious. Because when it comes to luck in the family, I don't have that kind of luck. He does. Since a little kid, that motherfucker been lucky enough to win shit like that. I don't. That's why I don't gamble. I already know. I've known for a while. That is not my shit. But he wins. So that's what I'm curious about. What'd you bet? How much you win? And like Trail is talking about in here, for years was decided going to the Super Bowl party night because she was into football, but was an opportunity to meet men. Exactly. I'm happy she's married now. Yeah, she was chasing dick. Why do females show up to All Star Weekend? They think they give a fuck. They're trying to catch a dick with money. Hey, chick right now, ex-chick right now, her new dude taking her to 49ers games. She don't give a fuck about the 49ers. She ain't watched a game. She just happy to be there. Posing next to the trophy. What's up, Arya? I almost tried to get you and Toya in some trouble last night because I was going to do a late-ass PMDM about midnight my time. And the shit I was going to talk about would have been right up both of y'all alley. But I think Arya actually got a man, and that wouldn't be good for her. So I wouldn't want to cause no disruptions. I would want to be causing no disruptions that I wasn't trying to intentionally fucking cause. I wouldn't do that. Toya, you was definitely awake. I know you were awake. I knew you was awake. You was up listening to Beanie Siegel. Man. I almost played some of that shit this morning, but I had other things on my mind and my plate that I wanted to play. So I didn't do it because I don't think it's the place. I don't think YouTube in and of itself was the place for the conversation that I wanted to have. And not because it was overly salacious or anything like that, but it was a very, I would say, vulnerable conversation and not nothing the space would like, put it that way. I would have did it on Patreon, but I don't think anybody would pay to hear that shit necessarily. I mean, it might be interesting just in a voyeuristic kind of way, which most of this culture is nowadays. But I figured I'd just save it up. And I'd spurt bits and pieces out to you guys here. So, that's it. I hope this Sunday is splendid for you. I'm not going to say anything about that Toya because I don't want to tempt the devil. I figure I got a couple hours before the game starts, so I'm going to get the stream in and then get the fuck out of here. So in lieu of that, I will drop the link right now for anybody who wants to come up and throw some shit in my ear and get your voice heard out to, I won't say the masses because I don't believe in overselling. I'm a terrible fucking salesman. I'm a Scorpio. I don't sell bullshit. You either want the shit or you don't. It's plain and simple to me. You're the corniest freak speaker. It wasn't even really a freak speak. It wasn't even really a freak speak. It wasn't. It wasn't a freak speak at all. Briefly, this week I've been dealing with a lot of, I've been having a lot of very poignant conversations and introspective moments. And it's taken me down some interesting paths psychologically that I've been pondering and going over. And I say introspective because My girl Nina G, she hit me up and sent me some horoscope stuff that she was reading because me and Nina get into the astrology shit. And she is my kind of bohemian friend. So we vibe on a spiritual tip. And she sent me a bunch of stuff that she found this week that she had been reading on my horoscope and some other shit. I was reading it and I was like, okay, that's interesting, but that's not exactly me. Because it was based on the Scorpio sun sign. But I told her my moon is Gemini. So she sent me the Gemini part, which she's a Gemini. And I started reading, I said, this sounds more like what I've been feeling lately. This sounds more accurate. So we were having that conversation and dissecting some of that. And I was updating her on what had been going on the last couple of weeks because she was up north during the storm and was stuck up there. And they had no power and some other shit way up north of California. So she was trapped up there for a while. So when she reached out, I was like, you're alive. Holy shit. She's alive. So we had to catch up. And, let each other know what was going on with the other one in that time. And it was a good conversation because I can tell you this. I really do vibe with women a lot better who can have a conversation and not have their feelings all touched up because of the conversation. It's like if you have a conversation with a woman, been involved with, not been involved with, or whatever, and you mention another woman, does she bristle at that shit? If she bristles at that shit, getting her fucking feelings and start wanting to be, argumentative and shit, that ain't the one for you to be fucking talking to. Why? Because there's a lot of shit you're not going to be able to say. And I don't enjoy that. That's one of the things that bother me about this YouTube shit right now is there's too much stuff that I can't say. That I slowly feel that somebody has crept up behind me and put a hand over my fucking mouth and one up my ass so they can puppet what they want me to say. In a sense. You can only say these things because they won't offend anybody. Or won't ruin your fucking YouTube career, so to speak. So I just got a report. Hollywood Reporter, Jonathan Majors sentencing delayed till April 8th. They're going to keep stretching this shit out with that man. This is such fucking dumb stuff, dude. This is so dumb. It's from 5 days ago. Why are you sending me the notification from 5 days ago now? Late asses. Do your fucking job. Look, this is the byline that's going to be on Jonathan Majors for the rest of his life now. They can't get 2 feet into the article. His defense team filed a motion to set aside the verdict after the actor was found guilty of reckless assault in the 3rd degree and harassment in the 2nd degree. That's going to be stapled in front of anything you hear from Jonathan Majors from now on. That dumb shit. Harassment. And as soon as I hear that, I have to remember that I saw the video of this motherfucker running down the street 4 blocks from this bitch. And he got 2nd degree harassment. If I walked outside this office right now and chase one of the residents down the street, that could be considered harassment. On me, not them. Stupid dude. I fucking hate this goddamn world right now. I fucking hate this goddamn world right now. Trail said all conversations much adhere to HR guidelines. You know what HR stands for, Trail? And it shouldn't be hard to figure it out given how many of these folks is in it. HR stands for her rules. Just like PC rules outside of your workplace apply, which is just stands for penis control. That's all it is. It's rules to keep you from calling things out and addressing things that need to be addressed. That's all it is. Anybody who's dealt with HR already knows HR ain't there for your ass. HR is there to protect the company. But it's usually primarily filled with a bunch of females. Her rules. What is PC culture? PC culture is not politically correct. It's not a political movement. It's not even how politicians have to speak. It's penis control. That means it's always imposed on men. Tell me how you can have women who can say some of the most egregious shit in the world and never get called on it. But a dude to say something like you need to straighten up or call a woman a bitch, and that's not PC. It immediately comes into effect. It's penis control. Anything that limits your ability to say what is on your mind and use the words that you deem necessary to say it is control. It is censorship in a way. Even on platforms like this. Yeah, digital lynch mob is always in effect. What do you think a cancel culture is? What do you think Jonathan Majors getting charges on this shit was? Why do you think they dragging it out? They need time to set up the cameras. Get their narrative right. Don't rush the process. We need to make a spectacle of this. Like they did that fucking trial. With video evidence to the contrary. That motherfucker was still found guilty. I tell you, it's a sad world where you can get accused, you can get found guilty of doing something you didn't do. You're guilty for not doing it. No evidence, no proof, but you're still guilty. Because public opinion, which they spent a lot of time whipping up, wanted your ass to be guilty. They can cancel him. He fucking canceled already. His career is kind of fucking canceled. And the only thing I still think of, the only thing that it could be is that he was rising too fast and not kissing the right asses and letting the right people bump him in the tushy. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, exactly, her. More hit pieces. Like, what? What's the point now? Just to destroy his ass. Just to destroy his ass. I can tell you this. Jonathan Majors was on the same path as Chadwick Boseman, where he was doing movies that actually gave light to little-known black people, black men. Heroes in and of themselves. Normal black dudes. Hollywood don't like that shit. It's not the narrative they want to run with. And black women in Hollywood definitely don't like that shit. Because it goes against their narrative. That we ain't never did shit in history. But stand behind them. Bullshit. Yeah, true. Editing and reshoots take time. Well, reading the public takes time. That's what takes time. Because a lot of these media companies are so terrible at reading the audience nowadays, they want enough time to keep scouring Twitter and shit like that to see where they think the sentiment of normal people is before they figure out which way they want to go. They want to figure which way the weather vane is flowing. Or, gotta remember this, and all things this year, you have to remember this. It's an election year. And them motherfuckers worried that the Orange and Chief might come back. Scared for their life. That's funnier. That's more interesting to watch to me than the Super Bowl. It's the same kind of mentality. My team good, your team bad. Rah, 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 sis, boom, bah. Same shit. Same dualistic combat with mythical fucking villains. But they all worried. That's why your money all tight all over the place. Niggas holding their pockets like, worry who gonna be in the office, who gonna be sitting in the big chair, who gonna be the new figurehead on the front of the fucking vehicle. And if he does come back, is he gonna come take out all of us? Is he gonna come for us? He gonna come for all that shit we said about him? He gonna make us punished? He gonna make us pay? It's fucking stupid shit. Every fucking 4 years, dude. Every fucking 4 years. Even if he banked his money, he wasn't a big star making that much money that long. He wasn't. So he gonna need to do some shit. And his law defense, where I believe his attorney is very good, his law defense wasn't cheap, I'm sure. And I don't think Disney was paying it. They weren't. If they were, you would have seen them coming out more strongly to again to support him. They weren't funding that shit. They was willing to cut his ass free. But Chiquete, you ain't heard shit about his ass. And he had a case where he actually choked a bitch. They ain't mentioned nothing about that. And that happened about the same time as Jonathan Majors, right after it. But I told y'all what it was. All you had to do was look into the DA for New York, the one who was pushing this case on Jonathan Majors. You know, the one who wanted the case. Looking at his ass and see what's up. He don't like black men dating outside their race. Definitely not white women. And if you've done anything where a white woman is involved in it, that motherfucker gonna make sure you pay for that shit. And pay in time. What's the phrase that we use in this space? Simp enforcer. Get your ass back on code, nigga. You better praise these queens. That DA had just, DJ Uncle Ruckus. Trell got jokes today. Thank you. I needed that laugh. Appreciate somebody giving me one. Uncle Ruckus, that motherfucker. He had just lost the case to Priya. I'm forgetting her last name, Trudy or whatever, Jonathan Majors' attorney. The DA had just lost the case to her the month before. You know, that time when Jonathan Majors' case got delayed? Yeah. You know why it got delayed? Because the DA lost the case to her about the same shit with another black man, an attorney, falsely accused of some shit by some white woman. And this DA in New York went after his ass whole hog with both guns. They even got that motherfucker put in jail to get that shit reversed because they was foul. And there was no proof. And so that man got to walk free. They lost that case right before they went to trial with Jonathan Majors. That's why Majors' case was delayed that month. Because in that month, they fucking lost. She had their ass. So what did you think was going to happen when the next case came up? The next one they got on the docket that she's sitting on top of too. They want to take another L like that. They put in the screws on that shit. That's why you got this ridiculous ass second degree harassment. Bullshit. And that's just me just scanning the article. I ain't even read the whole fucking article yet. And I will go back and read the whole fucking article. Not right now, but still. That's just learning the case, nigga, and doing some research outside of one sphere. Stupid shit. I hate that I'm supposed to actually, as a thinking human being in this world, supposed to actually believe this dumb shit from people. That this is what's spooned out there for you in the media, and you're just supposed to believe that shit. Just supposed to believe it. Because what? Somebody said it? Anyway. I don't know why this is taking so goddamn long to fucking upload, dude. So the video I wanted to show you guys was from it's so fucking janky if I put it up to the screen like this. I don't know why it's not uploading faster. I don't know what the fucking deal is. I'm almost beyond giving a fuck. I'm so sick of things not fucking working. Don't need any Wi-Fi. It's a 1 minute fucking video. You don't need Wi-Fi for that. Yeah, Mr. Bragg. Mr. Bragg. See, somebody knows. Somebody who actually do research. You know? Yeah, go look it up. It's recent news. October and November. It's one of the idiot things I do is think. So, anyway. Where else am I? No, Ari. A lot of his other movies that he had in the hopper to come out, they're not putting out. They're not putting them out. So he's not going to make any money. If his deal was structured that he made money after the movie was released, he ain't getting shit else. They have effectively hobbled that man. Effectively. And they're going to try to give him some actual time. They're going to try to actually make him go to jail. Because that would be good for the cameras. Especially since, he played an ex-con boxer. Oh, they'd love to stick his black ass in jail after that shit. It would just come up as one of those interesting things where art imitates life for them. An interesting quote came back to me today when I was going to get my coffee. And I was thinking of it in more of a sense of how I'm positioned on my introspective little shit that I was doing, the things I was analyzing. It was ringing more true for how I was positioned in some lives. And it's like it said, you either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I have lived long enough to see myself become the villain in a lot of people's stories. Partly because I don't usually go along with the bullshit. And I don't have a problem most of the time saying what's on my mind. And that rubs up against the PC culture or protecting her feelings. I don't live in delusion. I like my fantasy and my make-believe. I don't live in delusions. And I refuse to. Can't do it. Villain? Yes, JT. Villain. You are a villain! As Hiro Nakamura said in Heroes, he is a villain. I'm a villain in some people's stories. As nice as I am, I'm a villain in some people's stories. It is what the fuck it is, I guess. So, introspective week as it has been. I realize there's some stuff that still needs to be done. There's some work and some underpinnings that I thought I had nailed down, which realizing that has kind of come loose. So we need to get that shit back repaired, so to speak. Artisan having the wild villain art. Look, I said I'm a villain in their stories. I have not been able to be the villain in my story. But if I was the villain in my story, yeah, it would be bad. It would be legit a villain. Legit a villain. This is not going to load. It's just not going to fucking load. I don't know what the goddamn building do. All right. This is what I wanted to show you guys. I wanted to open the show with this, but the shit was not working correctly. So I'm going to put it up to the screen, and it's going to look like shit. And you guys just bear with me because I'm dealing with technology that doesn't want to function fucking properly. Let's say the motherfuckers do everything but what they're supposed to do. All right. So, this is what I wanted to show you. You're going to get glare all over the place, which is going to be shit. Let's see. Right there. Let's see. Excuse my dirty working man hands. I am blue collar. Noise you're making is a hell of a taking video flying over Las Vegas. Gently. Yeah, put the phone down gently because I did want to slam it down, and I don't need to be breaking that bitch. It's the software that's acting up, not necessarily the phone. I thought it would have been interesting for you guys to see something that I thought about, which was everybody's going to the game, Super Bowl being played in that stadium this year. But I bet none of them has ever had this view of the stadium. And I have. Let's see if the picture will load up quicker. See how that works. I thought it'd be interesting. Why? My last trip to Vegas, when I told you guys I went to Vegas in December for my friend's birthday, the fuck we did. That's what I did. For my friend not to be so goddamn depressed, I threw out a couple $100 and we went on a helicopter ride over Vegas, over her city she lived in now. It was my first time in a helicopter. It was her first time in a helicopter too. Why did I do that? I wasn't to get no pussy. Did it because I thought it'd be fun. And it was something that I knew neither of us had done before. To me, that was more fun than watching the fucking game. Because when I thought about the Super Bowl happening, I thought about what else would I rather do than watch the Super Bowl. I'd rather do that again than watch the fucking game. I'd fly over it before I'd give a shit about watching it again. But that's me. Yeah, it did give you the San Andreas vibes. And that's one of the reasons why I love San Andreas, because I've done that. The flew helicopter all over the desert and shit like that in Vegas. Yeah, I've done that in San Andreas. No, the pilot did not let us fly, but I can tell you this. It was crowded on that helicopter because it was 3 bad ass Brazilian chicks on there with their husbands or boyfriends. Either way, they was fucking bad, dude. Big asses and everything else. Like, Jesus, are we gonna get off the ground? God damn. I was there with somebody. But no, the one sitting in the front seat, she was sitting up there with her boyfriend, husband, whoever the fuck he was. How do I know they were Brazilian? Because they were speaking Spanish. Brazilian. So it was interesting. It was a fun trip. I got some really nice pictures that I shared on Instagram, but it was more for my friend, not for the gram. I don't pose and put shit up there just for that, for the sake of that. I do it to share a little bit of what I have been doing, not to make you feel like your life sucks and mine is awesome. No. My life can suck at times too. Often might. Come on. It's giving me every other fucking picture than one I'm looking for. And a lot of these are not suitable for fucking YouTube. Nexus. Where is it? Don't tell me this shit still hasn't uploaded yet. I fucking swear to God, dude. This is so stupid. Oh, fuck. What are you waiting for Wi-Fi for? Wi-Fi is not even on. I'm a bit irritable. More than a bit irritable. Hell no, the pilot trying to live. No one. I could have probably flew that bitch. It wasn't that big. It was very light. I wouldn't say flying flight simulators qualifies you to be a pilot, but I understand how the shit works. And that's how I am. I didn't drive a stick shift car until I figured out in my head how everything works, how it all works together, because that's how my brain works. I see visually the diagram of how everything connects together, how everything works together, how the gears mesh together, what happens when you do certain things, and how it actually works, how it functions. I can drive a stick very well. It's the same thing with the helicopter. Understand how it works. That's just how I am. It's like sitting in this room right now. If I look at a wall, I understand how it all is put together. I understand where every stud is supposed to be, how every screw nail is actually placed, where it's placed, where the weak points are in that structure, how the wiring behind it is ran from the electrical switch to the outlet and everything else. I understand all of that shit. So if I went up to that wall and wanted to put my fucking hand through it, I know where I had the best chance of putting my hand through that wall. Just based on experience and knowing this spot is probably a void. It's not a stud right there. It's just drywall. And it'll be kind of tough because it's only 16 inches apart. So when I drift that motherfucker, I'm really gonna have to lean into it and commit to it. I'm gonna have to Bruce Lee 1-inch punch that bitch. I'm gonna have to step through it and not just touch it. I know shit. My head ain't big because it's fucking empty. So I probably could have flew the helicopter if they would have allowed shit like that. But then again, I'd have had a hard time flying that bitch sitting in the back seat behind the pilot. But I had a good view of falling out that bitch if she couldn't fly it. Nothing I was afraid of. But it was fun, and that was for my friend's birthday. I had a great time. So I've seen a view of Allegiant Stadium that most of y'all only see from the Super Bowl, from the commercials, from the advertisements before and during the game. I've had that view without all of that shit. And I've actually been to that stadium, not inside, I've been outside of it because I was walking around down there when I was in Vegas last year. So that's the shit I get interested in. I'm more interested in the damn building than what's happening in the building. Weird. I know. But yes, Tutrill, it was fun. If you get the opportunity or you find it online where you can do that shit, spend $100 and go do that shit. It's $100, nigga. Some people would spend that shit on a bottle of alcohol. $100. Go do some shit in your life. Bucket list type stuff. That's what some people say. I don't see it as that. It's $100. $100. The fuck can you do with $100? You can put $100 in your gas tank for the week. If you live in California, what? $100, 15 minutes. Most motherfuckers spend more than that to get jerked off by a masseuse. Come on, man. It's all about what you do with the time that you got. See? Now, see, no one talking. Took a helicopter ride in New York. It was fire. Plus, I got the draws beforehand. So you was on a high one in two ways. Yeah. Immediately wetness, right? Of course. Why the fuck not? It's only fitting. Shit. Let's see if this shit work now. Let's see if this shit work now. Now you gotta download it again. Because that's only one picture, you son of a bitch. Where's the other one? I'm serious. I get so fucking sick of technology that does not work, dude. It is irritating. Wasted on you, spending all of this money. All of the signs I don't owe you, honey. All right. So let's see if I can show this to y'all now. See if it will actually fucking cooperate. Window. Share. I can't see what the fuck I'm looking at. There you go. So that was my view. Great. Now I can't see the gut. This is so stupid, dude. Dumb as fuck. So this is the view from the helicopter over Allegiant Stadium. And if my thumbnail updated like it was supposed to, this is the one I used. This is the picture I kind of used for the thumbnail. Fun. Fun times. That was a good time. Months removed, but still a good time. I must do it again. Because I'm a fan of a good time. And I can tell you this. I love flying over Las Vegas at night. Seeing all the lights and flying by some of the hotels that I like. It's cool. Cool experience. That's why I told y'all, if I could have any superpower, it wouldn't be to read people's minds, because you don't want to know what's in fucking people's minds. You really don't. It's a burden. You don't want to know all that dark shit. But I would like to fly. Because then I would go wherever the fuck I felt like, whenever I felt like it, as quick as I possibly fucking could. What up, Dr. T? Appreciate you coming through. You know, Aquateki knows some shit. Yeah, 16 inches on center, or 18. 16 to 24 inches on center, depending on the size of the wall and what you're using for your framing. And if you feel like sacrificing your hand like that, because you're going to have to commit to that shit, or you are going to really hurt yourself. Toya said, I definitely hit a beam. Maybe. There's no beams in the wall. Just studs, girl. Beams are in the ceilings. They're above you. But that's just me being a construction correcto. Trail said, a half-white indigenous mentor taught me how to drive stick. Going up hill, the red light, he said, you'll find out what's a honky just as you stalled out of first. Yeah, fucking hill starts with a stick. It's scary as shit. Mind you, I've had a stick driving in San Francisco. That shit is scary. I'm not bullshitting with you. That shit is scary. You learn how to toe and heel in real quick. And I will stop at the top of the hill. I'm not stopping on this. Fuck you. And you park close, I'm cussing you the fuck out. You must want me to hit your shit. Hell no. Yeah, that shit is fucked up. I see you back there, Andre. Well, let me bring you up right now while I go through the rest of these just to catch up on these people's messages. What's good, Andre? Everybody welcome Andre to the panel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Arya said the magic massage. Yeah, the magic massage. A little spritzer. Massage for $40, $100 tip. Yeah. Not that I've done it, just from what I've heard. I had my homeboy looking at my ex-wife like he wanted to fuck her because he went and got himself a little Asian massage, and that woman touched the right spots on his ass. Because after that, he was into looking at Asian women. Before that, he wasn't into it at all. After that, that motherfucker was turned on. So ex-wifey with the little kimono in the house was not a good idea because that nigga was having too many fucking fantasies. Thanks for the Wakanda. Oh, thanks for the Wonka movie review. I went to see it with my daughter. Yeah. I figured girls would probably like the shit. I figured girls will like it. If you grew up on Willy Wonka, you'd probably like it too.
It wasn't half bad. It was kind of like what you said in your review, actually. Like the way
I hope so, because I watched the movie. Yeah, I hope so, yeah. Because I went and watched the fucking movie. I hope it was like I said in my review. I mean, I don't do reviews to bullshit y'all. If I didn't like the shit, I didn't like it. If I liked it, I liked it. If I saw things in it, I told you. And if I didn't, I didn't mention it. It's just what the hell it is. I'm not trying to lead you anywhere. I'm just telling you what I saw. You can make up your own damn mind for yourself.
Yeah, because I also brought my cousin who's I think he's like an early Xer, and he liked it as well.
Mm-hmm. He probably grew up on the Gene Wilder one. That's why. I noticed with doing the Wonka movie and doing the review, how people, given their age groups, actually related to it. Everybody has some love for the original with Gene Wilder. Everybody has some love for that. Not many people like that Tim Burton one. And I've never seen the Tim Burton one because I wasn't into it. I like Tim Burton as a director. I wasn't interested in seeing his Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And from what all reports I've heard, it's really weird. And Willy Wonka doesn't seem like he likes kids. I'm like, well, that's not the character. That's Tim Burton, but that ain't the character. So I'm glad I didn't see that shit. So with this one, Timothy Chalamet, he seemed like he could pull off a younger Gene Wilder than me. And I would watch that and enjoy it. Well, Andre bounced in and bounced out. Yeah, it happens. Toya got stars in her eyes. Toya, you can take a helicopter trick. Oh, you can take a helicopter trip over Dallas. I'm sure they offer it somewhere. I'm sure they do. It's a touristy thing to do. People that live there are like, these motherfuckers up in the air all the time. Tourists don't mind. Life is too short. Indulge and take some risks. Live a little and have no regrets. Yep, no regrets. I don't want to die with regrets. I've said that before. I've said it to my kids. I told them, I don't want to be on my deathbed thinking about all the shit I wish I would have did. Wish I had time to do. I don't. I really don't. That's one of the things that fucks with me in life. I don't want to have to be dealing with shit like that. That would fucking kill me. It'd mean I wasted my life. And some of the shit I was dealing with this week, I was realizing that I've probably wasted a lot more time in my life dealing with people who were ungrateful and disrespectful. Trying to show people a way of life, a version of life that they did not live and they possibly didn't even deserve. And what I've gotten for it is experience. What they've gotten for it is an experience, but it's not anything they stuck with, put it that way. I mentioned it on Toya's stream yesterday about how we were going over the Benny Siegel line, and I quoted to her back one of the lines. You know, that's something you can do if the rapper you're listening to actually spitting some shit. You can actually repeat the lines because you remember it. But I told her the line about I basically raised you. I said, yeah, that's what I felt about ex-wifey. And that's why she hated me. There's been a lot of them that have hated me because I've tried to show them a way of life that they have never lived. To try to show them a world without dysfunction. Where people can actually speak what the hell is on their mind without fear of judgment or reprisal or silly recriminations. They don't want to live that shit. They'd rather have somebody blow smoke up their ass or they need a sip. I can do it. I like women, but there's certain levels I will not stoop to. I can appreciate you, but I'm not going to kiss your ass. That's not my thing. I'll have a hard time at work because I kiss people's ass. I have a hard time at work because I don't kiss people's asses. Now, I'm very willing to stand on my lonesome against everybody to ensure that my integrity is held and what I see as right is done. And that's just in everyday life. So, yeah, no regrets. So, my life from 50 on needs to be more about doing those things, not in a bucket list kind of way, just doing it because I fucking want to. And I have the time and means to do it. Like today, this represents the last day I'm on call for another month and a half. The last day, I'm not covering anybody. And not because they're ungrateful, which they are. Not because of that. Because I did my due diligence for 365. The support for that was not there. So you will not get my support for the next 365. Andre said, and Andre is back. Oh, this is not for me. Helicopter rides out here in the mountains. You have dinner in the mountaintop. Andre, you're in Canada, right?
Yeah, I'm out in the Rockies.
Shit, that'd be lit.
Yeah, exactly.
I know everybody else would be thinking, what if the helicopter go down in the trees? Then you fucking die or survive. What the fuck? Shit. If you're gonna die, hope it's over quickly. If you're gonna survive, make sure you remember it all so you can write a book later on about it and make some money off of the adventure. Silly
Well,
fucks.
well, like I would
Take
like
the
to do a
helicopter
helicopter.
ride.
I would like to do a helicopter ride in the city as well, but like I'm big on nature and stuff now, so like just to be out there and you get to see everything, like
Mhm.
that would be nice to look at.
No shit. I mean, I've always wanted to take one, and I just finally had the opportunity to do it. Just like, hey, yeah, fuck it, let's do this. Let's do that, right? Like this friend, we've been out for her birthday before. It's not that big of a fucking deal, right? You've done dinner before. You've done lunch before in Vegas. What the fuck? What would make you? If how I was coming at it is, I want to show my friend there is something in life more than worrying about fucking bills and shit like that. There's more in life than worrying about everything that you don't have and not what's going on. Life is still happening around you. No matter how fucking miserable your ass is, life is still happening around you. Now, maybe you may not have the ability or the access to live it how you want to at that time, but life is still happening. There's beauty all around you if you want to see it. But what I heard, but what I know and what I heard echoed recently is yesterday when I ran by a short from Jordan Peterson about how women focus on negativity more than positivity. And he was saying that's why lesbian relationships don't work. You can't have two neurotic people in the same relationship. I'm like, I know something about all of those. And I've said that before. In relationships, if you focused on the negative, that's the direction you're going to go in. So it actually holds true in life as well. If all you focus on is the negative, you will head in that direction. You will draw a lot of that shit to you because you have now become that negative pole and you are imbibing all of that energy. So, no, I wanted my friend to break out of that shit. So I infuse some positive energy into her, so to speak, and showed her that the world is still revolving while you sitting there stewing in shit. There are still things out here to do. And this is in your city. You live here every fucking day. I don't. And the reason I'm seeing it differently than you are because I'm not in this shit every day. And that's the mind state that you have to try to hold on to when you start going through shit. You have to hold on to and use as your rock, as your divining rod to get out of that storm is good times you've had and the good times you want to have next. That gets you through that shit. That's how you find your way out of the storm instead of just sitting there. I'm in the storm.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. You said it was like $100 for where you went to the helicopter ride. How
Mm-hmm.
long did you get? How long did you get to fly for? Because out here it's like
It,
150, $200 for like 15 minutes.
it was like 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
It was like 20 minutes. It was a
Okay.
quick flight because they do it by weight. So if you hella fat, you're not getting on a helicopter, nigga. You're gonna pay a premium. You're gonna
Yeah.
pay a premium. Weight cost. Okay. um, fuel cost. We need more to lift your big asses up. Done by weight and done by time. And because they're doing so many trips, yeah, it can be about 15, 20 minutes. So it can go quick. But look, dude, That's why I look at things always relative. How much the price is relative to what that price is, what other things I can do in that price.
Yeah, exactly.
The time before
Well,
that, when I was in Vegas, I went to Bacchanal Buffet inside of Caesar's Palace, and we had snow crab legs and all the rest of that shit. That was about $100 for two people to sit there and stuff ourselves like fucking pigs off snow crab and sushi and fish and desserts and drinks and all that other kind of shit. Yeah, we was in there for about an hour or so. And I got my ass on the plane and went the fuck home. That was about $100 for an hour of eating. I paid about $100 for 20 minutes worth of flying in a helicopter. It's all relative to me. What am I getting for this amount of money? So I don't see $100 as being overly expensive because I have been broke before. But I understand there's a lot of things that can be done with $100. Like what I wouldn't do with $100. I wouldn't spend $100 or so on one bottle of champagne or some shit like that because I don't drink champagne. I wouldn't spend it on one bottle of wine because I don't drink a lot of wine. I wouldn't even spend it to give it to somebody as a gift unless it was exactly the wine that they liked. I wouldn't. I wouldn't spend it on a ticket to go to a game and sit in the rafters. No, I wouldn't. So it's all relative to me. Helicopter ride for 20 minutes? Yeah, fuck it. Yep. How
yeah,
many
you
times?
actually
How many times am I going to ride in a helicopter? How often am I going to have the opportunity to ride in a helicopter? Probably
exactly.
very few.
That's the point that
Like
I'm
this
trying to
100.
make is that what would be more memorable, like spending $100 to eat at a buffet or going on a helicopter ride and seeing like the city through a different lens.
Mm-hmm. That's what it was for me. Because at this point in this ride, when we first took off from the airport, I flew over the sphere, right? And I've told you guys, I'm a construction nerd. Okay, I get into construction and architecture. Right, it was a big deal for me, more memorable to go to the Sphere. Why? Because I went there while they was building this shit. I was interested to see it. Then I paid probably $100 to go there for a show to watch a fucking movie on that big ass screen. It was fun for me. This time in Vegas, all of this shit is happening in the same year, mind you. I paid $100 and I flew over that bitch. So basically, I've seen it from every goddamn conceivable angle right now, except from underneath. And if I find an opportunity to do that, I'll do that shit too. I've been around it. I've been inside it. I've been above it. There is not another angle to see that fucking structure that I have not seen, other than being underneath and understanding how everything was put together underneath the corridors, the doors, and shit like that, where they lead. But that's me nerding out on shit. That's what's fun to me. It might not mean shit to anybody else. Oh, that ball, that glowing ball that looks like an eye? Yeah, whatever the fuck. Nerd. It's fun to me. It's an experience that I have that I know you don't. And you never will. Because one, you might be too afraid to even get in a fucking helicopter. Or you might be too cheap to pay that much to go in there and watch a fucking show. But that's me. Yes, Aquateki, I do love cityscapes at night. I absolutely love them. And in California, we get some good ones because in the Bay Area specifically, Berkeley Hills and Oakland Hills, as soon as it gets dark, you can go up the hill from the bay and you can see everything. You can see San Francisco, you can see the bridge, you can see them all lit up and stuff like that. And if it's a clear night, you can see the water and how the moon reflects off the water. Shit is beautiful. While you're sitting there on a hill amongst trees and shit like that. Beautiful. The little electric centipede going on the highways and stuff. It looks beautiful. I like that kind of shit. Uh, yeah, you do have to use the force driving a stick in San Francisco. You have to be on your shit. You will hit somebody. But people do it all the time. It's just throwing that toe in technique. But you don't get off the gas. You don't get on that off that brake until that gas, that motherfucker is idled up. Then you go.
Yeah, I can't drive manual for shit.
Better learn that shit. Could be helpful. You in Canada. I mean, why the fuck?
Like my older cousins and brothers and shit, they all know how to drive manual, but they're all older, so they're used to driving manual.
No, manual driving, knowing how to drive a manual. At least when I was buying a car, when I first got my license, will save you $1,500 on a vehicle. Off top, will save you $1,500 on buying a vehicle. And my
Oh,
thinking was this: when I learned how to drive a stick, was that if I ever became really wealthy to where I could buy the car I wanted to, which was a Ferrari Testarossa, red motherfucker, I would need to know how to drive a stick to be able to drive that car because it comes in a stick. So if you want to take a car out on the Autobahn and crank that bitch up as high as it can go, might help to know how to drive a stick. Now, of course, they make the electronic little flip lever, manual transmissions and shit like that now. Yeah, that's not as fun. Not as
like
fun.
I've drove manual before. Like I had to pick up a family member from the airport one time. And, I drove my cousin's car and I was just stalling at every light.
Mm. No, it's fun because I can tell you this, Andre. When I was a little kid, my brother's grandmother, her son, had these old Fiats sitting in the yard. It was like 80 something, right? And old Fiats looked like the James Bond car from I think it was Live and Let Die, the one that turned into a submarine, right? So I liked that shit. It had a little pop off roof in the middle and stuff like that. I liked it. We could jump in like the Dukes of Hazzard and shit like that. It was fun. It was just basically an abandoned car, right? But what it had in it was stick. It was a manual. It was a stick shift. I love playing in that bitch, pretending to be driving and sitting there shifting into the gears and going faster every time I shifted in the gear. That shit was fun to me. Look, I don't do that shit when I'm not in a manual. If I'm driving a stick, that's exactly what goes through my head every fucking time. It's just fun. It's just fun. Understanding that you're that much in control of what's happening. It's fun. I like having fun. I'm pretty serious most of the time. I like having fun when I can have fun. No, well, here's the thing, Malika. I work in construction, or I have worked in construction. They make helicopters for Lizzo and Killer Mike. They usually put big ass AC units on top of skyscrapers, but they do make them. I think the military has a lot of them. You ain't getting in that little shit that I was in though.
Well, over
No.
here, they had weight restrictions for helicopter rides. I think it was like if you're over 300 or 350 pounds, you just can't fly at all. But I mean, if you're
Yes.
that big, you got other problems to worry about.
Yeah, and there's some body positivity for you. We're positive that we cannot take your ass on this flight. It would be a detriment to all those on board. So yeah, you got a positive weight factor that's over us. Yeah, see, Aquatech knows some shit. Dual rotor Chinook choppers. Yes, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Fucking tank carriers. Yeah, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, they make them to take people like her up. Just not the one I was on. And trust me, they had industrial scales built into the floor in the office when you get there. Yes, you could tell them what your weight was beforehand. And I guessed my friend's weight because, it's a female. You ain't supposed to be knowing they fucking weight. They get all sensitive about that shit. Right? That's why they never want you to pick them up or no shit like that unless you look like you could lift the world. Then they want you picking their ass up. When you get in there and you standing there at the register and stuff like that, they're doing that shit, and they already got your information for your weight that you said you were. You standing on a big metal plate. It's a fucking scale. It is a freight scale. You standing on that goddamn scale, and they getting the readout of your weight exactly because they need to know that shit exactly. There ain't no fucking lying. You want to fly or you want to die? We need to know. And yes, I told him my friend was 200 pounds. She was pissed off. They weighed her. What was she? Like 176. I said, yeah, look at you, but you got a lot of ass and titty. I mean, what? Oh, well, nigga, I'm 200 or something. What the fuck you upset about? I didn't know I was that. I've lost weight. Shut up. You're not 200 pounds. I just gave them some room for error. Like 200. You mad at me because I said she was 200 pounds? 176. Cool your jets. Shit. Be happy. You ain't 200. Fucking hell. I'm going to get the shield helicarrier for Lizzo. Man, why you want to fuck up the helicarrier? Nick Fury don't need to be bothered with that shit. That ain't a world-ending event. Yeah, weighing you down to the pocket lint. No shit, they were. Look, UFO, no. Military, man. Like gross weight. Yes, you need to know that shit. That's important. Anything going up in the air, it's important to know the weight. Is this how it works? You don't have to, your feelings ain't involved in the shit. This is fucking physics. Do we want to get off the ground? Well, we need to know how much you holding us down. Fucking hell. Yeah, her weight is just gross. I'm just saying. It is gross. Malika must be at work. He'd be out here, I know. So, other bullshit that I had on my plate outside of introspective time. I keep flirting with telling y'all little bits of it, but I don't want to tell all of it. Especially not here. I know motherfuckers get all pissy because they want geek shit. But, I did a search yesterday for Blue-Eyed Samurai. And I wanted to see where my video showed up in that shit. And I scrolled through for about so every roll of my mouse was about 6 to 8 videos. And I did that shit about 5 times and hadn't found my video yet. So basically, this channel is very obscure. Very obscure. Or Blue-Eyed Samurai was a very hot topic that everybody wanted to talk about. I can remember where there wasn't so many geek channels talking about this kind of shit. And so my whole thing right now is understanding how to cut through all this bullshit. Because a lot of people who know a lot less get a lot more views.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, in a YouTube sense for me, is disheartening. Because it means actual knowledge is not appreciated or found. It is more often than not hidden or left to become obscure.
Well, I mean, you probably feel this a lot worse than I do, but what makes it disheartening for me is when I was growing up, like, like if you were watching like cartoons and anime and shit, like you get clowned for that. But now it's cool and everybody's making money off it. It's like it's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm. It is. For the most part. I just think put it this way. If you were going to go under the knife to have something cut out of you or removed, would you want the person who just watched somebody else do the surgery before and kind of bullshit you on the rest of it, of what their knowledge is? Or would you want somebody who's actually performed the surgery before? Do it.
Of course, you'd want somebody experienced, but you know how it goes.
It's not the same thing when it comes to actually reviewing his content or anything like that. It's not. What it shows me, somebody like me, what it shows me is you're more interested in somebody who does not know this content, may have stolen valor, their knowledge from someone else, than to listen to the person that they actually got the shit from.
Like there's a channel that like I actually like their content because it's like a group of like black dudes.
Mm-hmm.
But, what bothered me about their channel when I first found them, they were doing like a Naruto videos. That's how they got big. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
I was watching that shit like in Japanese before it was even on TV, like on
Mm-hmm.
YouTube, reading the
Right.
manga and shit. But at the
Mm-hmm.
time, it wasn't cool, right?
Likewise. Yeah, my Naruto knowledge did not come from watching reviews or other people review it. It came from I actually bought the manga from one and read it. And then when the animation came around, I watched that as well. That's how I got my kids into it. Because I actually made a choice. It was either going to be Naruto or it was going to be Bleach. I chose Naruto, not Bleach. That's why you'll never hear me talk about Bleach, because I have no experience in watching Bleach or reading Bleach because I didn't choose to. Because at the time, given that Naruto and Bleach and One Piece all spawned out of Shonen Jump, I wasn't interested in watching Shonen Jump because it was like, to me, it was like comic strip fucking manga. It was short form manga put out in a rapid succession and very simply drawn. And when I watch anime or get into manga, I look for complex simplicity, the refinement of a style to where it can look like it's drawn really simply, but it's a lot of detail. That's what I liked about the Naruto novels, the manga. They look very simply drawn. It's a lot of stuff in the page, which look really good.
I didn't start with the manga. I started with the YouTube videos, but like while waiting for the next episode, I would read the mangas. And like it was like my older brother that put me onto this. It's like I'm a quarter Asian, so is he. So like, he hung around a lot of Asians, so they would always put him on like new shows and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, being in the Bay Area, Asian culture, Korean, Filipino, not necessarily Asian, but Korean, Filipino, Indonesian, Laotian, Vietnamese, Thai, Japanese, Chinese is not far from you at all. It's not far. That's why I make the distinction between just calling everybody fucking Asian. Because I've had experience with all of them. And I know they are different and they don't like that shit. You will get in a fight.
Yeah, I was just making that statement because he hung around like different kinds of Asians, like
no, I'm not. It's not taking it towards you. I'm just saying it just for me. So getting into Japanese anime and stuff like that, it was through white boys and Asians. I know a lot of black folks watching this shit. Your generation, it became a lot. My generation, Gen Xers, it wasn't a lot. Was it? Well, shit was not popular, especially if you had to read it, nigga. You gotta read subtitles? Motherfuckers that speak English don't even want to read English subtitles.
Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't watching no goddamn anime. It goes too fast. You read too slow.
that was like part of why I stopped watching Naruto and I went to Bleach because like Naruto it started like playing on TV and then everybody was watching it and then like it was the dub version. I'm like, yeah, I'm all good on this now.
Mhm. So let me answer these 2 points real quick. No one says I would actually take a ride on Airwolf with the theme music blaring. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't see that model of helicopter, no one, without thinking Airwolf and hearing the song. Dun, 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 dun. Jan Michael Vincent. Yeah. Yeah. Dominic Santini. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. That and Blue Thunder. That's it. I like helicopters. I like machines. I like aeronautical shit. Look on my Instagram page. You'll see the last couple of videos I posted is just of the F-22 Raptor flying slowly. Nigga, that's like aircraft porn to me. Like, oh. It's jet porn. That's all it is. Like, damn, look at the way it's rolling over. Man, that's them lines on it. Look at the way the light is sexy. It's a sexy aircraft. Fuck. The other point that I want to address is let's hide that comment. Get to the other one I missed. What up, Zajac? Yes, ignorance is bliss for a lot of people. Unfortunately, I have no bliss. I'm not ignorant. Claude said, "What's up?" I'm gonna get to your comment in a second, Claude, because there's something I want to say on that. Okay, so this is Claude's comment. I took Bleach wholeheartedly and a lot better than Naruto and Dragon Ball Z only because of the time I was going up and based on who I was and am growing up. I can see that, Claude. My boy Noel, and some of you guys in the chat remember Noel from the comic shop. My boy Noel was sworn, stomped down heavy on Bleach. He watched Naruto. He didn't like it as much, but Bleach was his shit. I think it was Ichigo. Yeah, he loves some Bleach. He will run me down on Bleach, and I'd run him down, and we'd debate Naruto. But he would tell me about some stuff from Bleach and say, that sounds really good. I have to go back and watch it because I'm on Naruto. Can't watch all of this shit at the same time. I don't have endless amounts of fucking free time. And this wasn't recently, right? But Bleach was one of those ones that I think one of the things that gets missed in the conversations about anime in these shows and which show is better than which is the time frame in which they come out in, right?
Exactly. I was about to make that point. Both of
Right.
those shows were running at the same time. I think Naruto was like at least like 3 or 4 seasons in when Bleach started airing.
True. But each one of these shows that come out of Japan in some sense build on each other. Even though Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece are not created by the same people, they do build on each other. It could be fair to say that Dragon Ball, since Dragon Ball has been going on longer than my aunt, my Japanese aunt, has been alive. She remembers watching this shit when she was a child. Okay, this shit has been going on for a while. It's not hard to understand that any anime that deals with somebody becoming a fighter and getting better over time builds off of Dragon Ball Z. It tries to correct the things that Dragon Ball Z did wrong, which is stretching out shit too fucking long. That Frieza saga was too goddamn long. The Frieza saga, to me, is like going back through and reading Maximum fucking Clonage in Spider-Man. Or the it fucking ruined it for me.
That
too goddamn long.
That what, like 10, 20 episode fucking Spirit Bomb?
Yeah. That's the joke. And this is how you know what the joke is. What the joke on Dragon Ball Z. Episode 2. Episode 3. Nigga. That's the joke. Goes on too fucking long. And nobody ever fucking stays dead. Right? You get up to Naruto, he has power-ups. They don't last as long, and people actually fucking die. You'll have characters die and go away. You might have liked them. You'd have thought fucking George R. R. Martin was writing that shit like, damn, they killed him? Yes, that nigga dead.
Yeah,
I
literally just choked on my drink when you said that nobody stays dead.
Yeah. Motherfuckers die. And if they came back in Naruto, they didn't come back as heroes, nigga. They came back. You got to fight them now. Like, wait a minute. He was our best shinobi. Yeah, well, I died and this motherfucker brought my body back. You got to fight me now. Like, oh, nigga. Like, not the Hokages. Yep, them too. Like, it was a problem. People actually died. There were stakes. You saw it. But you got to see this kid grow up in this shit and turn the people that hated his ass into his greatest supporters. That's a come up story for your ass. That's the Negro story. What you want? Well, motherfuckers will respect me. Believe it. So that's why I used that when I was in college to do a report on how real some of these stories can be, because of the story that was in Naruto. So it's not hard for me to believe that one of the things I heard Angry Man mention while I was watching his watch for One Piece is that because he is a diehard Dragon Ball Z fan, but he is actually seeing or admitting some faults in Dragon Ball Z and what One Piece improves on from Dragon Ball Z. The reason One Piece is an improvement from Dragon Ball Z is because Dragon Ball Z came out first. And the people who made One Piece got to watch that, figure out what they wanted to do a little better, and they didn't do that in they shit. That's why.
Yeah, because I seen he put out a video on his alternate channel where he's saying this is why like One Piece is better than Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched
Which is a big statement.
Yeah, exactly. I was very iffy about watching that.
No, it's not an iffy thing. It's a big statement for Angry Man because everybody knows how huge of a Dragon Ball Z fan he is. He is a huge fucking Dragon Ball Z fan. Huge. So for him to say that in the fucking line of the video is like, I need to watch this shit. Because he had never seen that shit.
He mentioned
That'd be like him putting out a video talking about he liked Christopher Nolan movie. Like, what? Nigga, I gotta watch that. That's gonna be 12,000 views. Because you don't like Christopher Nolan. You don't.
He mentioned it a few years back that like he was saying that apparently he built his audience off Dragon Ball Z before he came to the space.
Mm-hmm. No, that was his thing. He's a solid Dragon Ball Z fan. But finding another anime that he really enjoys, that in his mind is surpassing Dragon Ball Z in a lot of ways, is really interesting. It's really interesting to see. And I'm glad he found that shit. Not because I have any hate for Dragon Ball Z. I like Dragon Ball Z too. I know that some stuff it does wrong. I know some stuff that other shows have done better. But look, we all live in lives. Nobody has endless amounts of time to just watch all of this shit. Nobody does. You get to it when you get to it. And that's usually what it is.
He actually kind of motivated me to wanna, because I've been meaning to watch One Piece, but I'm just like, damn, just like fucking 10, 20 years worth of content to watch. Like, you know how long that's gonna take?
And he has time to sit and watch the shit. He's told you how long he's been going through it. Since like November, December, he's been going through it. We got time to watch all this shit.
Like the last video that I seen him post, he's on like almost episode like 900.
Mm-hmm. He tearing through that shit. He tearing through that shit. I wish I had that kind of time. You saw how long it took me to do 8 videos for Blue Eye Samurai.
Yeah,
and they all came out the same day. I don't have endless amounts of time to watch this shit. I don't. I do have to sleep at some point in the day when all the rest of the demands on my time are actually, I'm forgetting the word that I want to use, but is actually taken care of, then I can actually have some free time to, how much do I want to devote 2 hours to this? Because if the show is an hour, it's an hour for me to watch it, and it's probably another 2 to 3 hours for me to edit a video on it.
And that's the problem that I've been having is keeping up with shows. It's like just finding the time to do it.
It's tough. That's why most of the bigger channels have teams. People who does their editing for them. They pay somebody to do their editing. It's in the black sector where you see that all of this shit is just individually done. But a lot of the other shows, motherfuckers, they just sit in front of the camera. They pass that shit off to somebody else that could spend their whole day editing the video. Smaller channels don't do that. Smaller channels got to do that shit themselves. So keeping up with all this content outside of just watching it or paying your money to go see it, you have to actually spend the time to record the video and then spend the time to edit the fucking video.
And that's like part of the reason why I've been watching your content, because I can actually tell that you're passionate about it, which is what you want to see if you're a fan of it.
Well, that's what I saw that was missing in the space. In the place when I started doing it is because there was no passion for it. It was vague knowledge of it and a lot of bluster, but it was no passion about it, and it was not any real accurate knowledge on it.
Because even that last episode of Blue-Eyed Samurai, when you were talking about, well, I was talking over the scenes, and my apologies. And I'm just here like, that's a good thing. That means you were really feeling it. And the rewind button is your friend.
it can be. It can be within digital media. It can be, but I am in some ways analog by nature, right? Because that's the generation I grew up in. So everything it's just going while it's going, right? You paying attention, you talking, or whatever, right? So some stuff you don't want to fucking talk over. But that is a real reaction to what's happening. Look, I'll show you guys. I'll give you a little sample platter of the bullshit. Because this show has been out for a while, so if you have not actually seen it, you didn't want to. So the fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually how it goes. Why are you taking so long? Fucking StreamYards. Like, let's not root.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I came up on the panel, I wanted to ask you, are you into Demon Slayer?
My son is in the Demon Slayer. I have not watched Demon Slayer yet. My son gave me a list of like 6 animes that he was really enjoying, that he's like, Dad, you got to watch this. And mind you, this is the person I got into anime. Right?
You need to watch Demon Slayer, because I was just watching the 3rd season. Like, I just finished that like a day or two ago, and like, yeah, I was hyped for the last few episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And like they have a movie coming out next week, and so I'm trying to binge watch it before the movie comes out. So I actually know what's going on. Yeah, like that's what my avatar is Demon Slayer. Swift Battle Gnomes. Like, it's definitely an awesome story.
All right, so let's show you this. Fair use. Let me throw up my little bullshit on this. I wonder if I can get a content strike for putting up my own fucking video, looking at my own video on my own stream. I don't know, fucking YouTube. I guess it could happen. But this is an example of me getting into a fucking show. You'll hear me go off. And this is from the Watch and Review. So basically this is on Patreon, right? Which is me watching the movie and reacting or whatever to it. And this is where I'm talking all over shit because I'm pissed off. If shit went up that quickly with a flame, why would you ever use a candle? Come for vengeance. Run through it. You're bad at it. Yeah, you like goddamn castle on fire. Among the dead. Okay, here we go. Hard shot. Bolt around.
They
Get me.
Oh, no.
life.
You.
Stuttering. Let's get the whole fuck.
Come on, master.
Fire should have stopped that. Oh, okay.
Come on, master.
Tall tower on fire, embers carried on the wind, burn everything else. Sorry, it's the way they did the story. They broke it up in 3 parts.
Your bones break like a woman's. Oh, you just keep getting better. Little miss.
I'm trying to get them now.
You're the one.
Yeah, this fight was great.
Why'd you stop? Oh my fucking god, dude. Why did you stop? You should have went right into his throat. What the fuck?
Biggest city in the world is burning to the ground as a blood sacrifice to your revenge.
Fair use. And you
You know what got me hyped about this fight is like the way that he was
showing.
My apologies, so play.
Maybe you are mine.
There were 4 of you. Come to Japan trading guns, opium, flesh. Where are the other 2?
So you can kill all 4 of your.
You figure it out afterwards.
fathers.
Tell me.
Man, put that
Kill
shit through his neck.
You'll never find them. They're hidden. Past even your pretty eyes.
Oh my
I found
god,
Violet.
fucking kill this dude.
I found you.
We live.
Yes,
loud.
so kill him.
You'll never find Skeffington alone. You're tall like him. Or Routley with his pretty eyes.
Skeffington. Routley.
Stab him in
They
the
were the
throat.
rest of us. Wealth drawn selling Japan's unwanted daughters like you. Don't you want to know who they are? Don't you want to know which one tried to burn you alive as a baby? Which one killed your mother?
I saw my mother die.
He for his life. Kill this fucking dude.
That wasn't your mother. That was your maid. Paid to keep you hidden, which I hear she did till the money ran out.
Kill him.
There's so much you don't know.
Figure it out later. Maybe the other ones will talk.
Skeffington rightly. You want to find them? You need me.
Kill this motherfucker, man. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Why?
No, you don't.
Because I know another word you don't know. A magic word. London.
He just told you. He just told you. Now kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
That's all I was thinking when I was watching this shit.
Yeah. Now I'm making myself laugh watching myself going off because I remember how pissed off I was. How pissed off I was feeling. Man, kill this nigga. All he doing is ratting out everybody else and trying to save his ass. You don't jug him in his throat. That shit is making me laugh.
The part that had me just now when you were like, kill him now and maybe the others will talk.
Yeah, fuck him. Look, I made the point on the watch, man. It cannot be that damn hard to find 3 other tall white dudes in Japan when they've closed their borders to white folks. Should be pretty easy. Stab him in the throat and go about with your detective work. The fuck? Like, I don't think it's going to be that hard to find them. I really don't. Even with what he told you, I don't think it's going to be hard to find them. Fuck this dude. Like, that was enough of that shit. Like, oh my God. LB, good vibes. Okay, who is this? I see you in the backstage. Turn your camera on real quick. You're backstage. Can't nobody see you online. I just want to verify who the hell it is. Because I get somebody up here doing some dumb shit in my panel, I'm really going to be upset. Okay, it's a brother.
Yeah.
All right, putting you up, you know.
Artisan, he's not a troll. He's actually, I actually shared the stream to him. He's one of my older cousins. And turn your camera off, bro.
Yeah, you can turn your camera off now. That's good.
Turn your camera off.
Now we know that you're not going to be putting up any white penis pictures. I could share my own porn. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me turn your mic up a little bit.
But yeah, I shared your channel to him because like he's an '80s baby and like he's into this shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
80s baby. So you're born in the 80s?
Yeah, 1986 to be exact. Gotta love
That
that
makes you
year
a
for
90s.
myself.
Makes you a 90s baby.
That's up for debate later, man. But for now,
Not really. Because I was born in 73, so I am an 80s baby because I came of age in puberty in the 80s.
Oh, that's how that works. I see.
Yeah.
If you like, I'll just say really quickly what I was wanting to say, and then I'll probably just mute and listen to you guys for a second. So, growing up back in Toronto, long story short, pretty much where all my history is at. The way how I saw everybody jumping on at the time Dragon Ball Z, and as far as the training purposes, oh man, anything like that. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Avatar: The Last Airbender, Bleach, so forth and so forth. Demon Slayer, like my cousin was just saying. Yo, I jumped on that wholeheartedly. But for all the other type of stuff, not really interested. You know what I mean? Because as far as development, it didn't really catch my eye, if you know what I mean. But a lot of good stuff out there, not a lot of stuff that'll catch your interest. You know what I mean? And it's important to catch
that's the interesting part about anime is so much different types of anime out there that some of it might catch your interest, might not. Like my homeboy Jeff, who owned a comic shop before me, he was into watching Love Hina and shit like that. I don't like that shit. I didn't watch that.
What is that? What is that?
It's an older anime. Look it up.
Oh, I see.
It's an older anime.
Wait. Is it kind of like that one City Hunter? Because I was just taking that in on Tubi, and I was like, man, these guys came out with shows and I didn't even realize. But
yeah, I didn't watch that shit, so I couldn't tell you. But it was Clamp Studios. I believe it was Clamp Studios and some of their earlier stuff. He was really into that. Right? Oh my God, like that. Like, oh man, I didn't give a fuck about none of that. Like, what was the other one? Initial D. He loved Initial D. I didn't watch that shit. Didn't watch it at all.
Yeah, Artisan. Don't let him lie to you. He was born in Texas, so he's an American. So he's just
Yo, buddy, what are we exposing here, man? You know what I mean,
yeah. He
buddy?
was born in
Spoiler alert, man. God dang,
Yeah,
God dang,
there ain't nothing wrong with being born in Texas. It's just Texas. Like,
he got
right?
dual citizenship, but like he's the American in the family.
Hey, Andre, man, that's enough of that. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
look, I just say it like this: you don't control over where you're born; your parents do. So you can be born in a lot of goddamn places. And where you
You know,
consider your roots is where you can how your personality actually is.
you know what's so funny on that note? I can't stress that enough to most people. They'll ask me, "Where are you from?" And I'll be like, "Honestly, I'm born from North America." No, 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 no. You can't be born from North America. Where are you from? Like your nationality, your background. And I'm like, okay, let me break it down. Mom's Jamaican, dad's Trinidadian, born in Texas, live in Canada. Oh man, you're from North America. Well, that's what I said the first time.
Motherfucker. Look, it's always about categorizing people. So, like, you got to understand the human brain only wants to do the easy work sometimes. You got to make it do the hard work. And the easy work for us is to quickly categorize you into some kind of context to where they don't have to think about it as often. So, if you say you're from North America, even though you got Trinidadian and Jamaican heritages in you, they just want an easy way to figure out who the fuck you are without having to do the work to actually learn who you are. That's all it is.
Now, with that being said, that's why my name on YouTube is, well, it's Claude Campbell, but at the time it was LB Good Vibes. As far as I was concerned, I'll be a single, anything will be good vibes, you know what I mean? Long story short.
Yeah, that to me, growing up around Jamaicans, that's your Jamaican side. Good vibes.
Oh, heck
Everything
yeah.
Ari. Everything is Ari, man. No, it's good. No, it's good. Shout out to Linford. Shout out to Linford Hooks. Like, that's what it is.
Our artisan. I actually wanted to join your Patreon because I have a show suggestion because I was looking through your catalog to see if you did a review on the show, like Arcane on Netflix. If you've seen that,
I haven't watched Arcane yet. I believe Arcane was one of the ones Dr. Tia-san was telling me about. It was Primal and Arcane, and I hadn't had. I was watching something else at the time he told me about it, so I didn't have time to watch it.
That, I suggest you watch it because like it's based off of a game that I play, but they actually had like a manga for the game. And like the game that I play, it's based off a game called League of Legends, right? And like when they have
I know what
they got like
I know what League of Legends is, where you can build your own superhero and stuff.
Yeah, like when they have tournaments, they got like 500,000 viewers and shit. So like,
see, it was a
really good show.
I take recommendations, but the thing is, if it's not interesting to me, I may not watch it because I have to be picky because I don't have a lot of time to watch everything. I just don't.
I'm like 100% sure that you'll like it.
Yeah. So
because it was really good.
This is what I do. 2 minute pitch. Your 2 minute pitch on why I should watch Arcane.
Well, for my pitch,
no, that's real shit. This is your 2 minute chance to give me a review on what you think would be interesting to me.
He does this to me, man. He does this to me.
Hold up, cuz. I'm trying to give my pitch.
How you pitch a show to somebody?
Yeah. So the storyline is it's based off of like two sisters, I believe they're sisters. And
just to cut you off real quick, no spoilers for major plot points.
Oh, okay. So basically, it's just like like the sisters, their family got killed and they got raised by the dude that was running everything in like the underworld, and like the underworld is like they're living like poor and like terrible and shit, and then you got like the richer people living above them, and I'm not trying to spoil it, but it's that kind of dynamic, right? Where it's like they're raised in this like poor underworld, and then like like it's hard to explain without going into detail.
Maybe. See, so basically giving you 2 minutes to describe a show, pique my interest in a show, try to sell me on watching the show without giving spoilers of the show is how I do reviews. Because I don't want to spoil the show for you. I want you to get into it and get enticed to watch it. But I can't spoil the shit for you. I'm not going to tell you the whole fucking show. If that was the case, then why would you even have a need to watch it?
that was part of the reason why I actually found that Spider-Man review, because I was looking to see if you did a review on it. And
Mhm.
then I actually heard you mention that during the stream where someone brought up a spoiler, and you're just like, you were on like some, why would you spoil it? Like you can't ever get that, you can't ever get that moment back.
No,
Yo,
I felt
yo,
that 100%.
you
I
yo,
was
artisan,
big on that. I'm
you
big on not spoiling movies, not
my
spoiling story. And I've been that since I started doing my channel. I've been really big on not spoiling shit for people. That I will, what I saw in just the YouTube space, not just the Black Manosphere in and of itself, is motherfuckers would tell you to sit down to do a review on a movie, and they basically told you the whole fucking movie.
mm,
And I'm like,
Yeah, like
why would I want to go watch the movie now when you just spoiled everything for me? And it comes from a generation that just likes being the first one to tell you every goddamn thing, like they know some
like
shit. I didn't
like
like
that.
that shit, so I refused to do it. I didn't used to do reviews until a movie would come out. I go watch it, and I wouldn't give you a review for a week because I wasn't spoiling the experience for you. I don't want to ruin the experience for you.
you're right about that, man. Trust me, you're right about that. A lot of people,
Yeah,
man,
no,
a lot of people
Well, like
spoil the good TV shows for me.
well
yeah,
that
that's
that
why
show
I don't like spoilers because I want to
that
have
that
my
show
own experience seeing something for the first time. It's like
like
fucking some chick and some dudes coming out the room right before you go in there. It's like, man, it's a little rough on the left side. You better watch it on that one. Like, nigga, what?
Ninja,
Have
like
fun. Like,
a
like
ninja.
like
like yeah, she just buzzed
like
twice. So if you don't get one, just go for
Oh,
yours, man. Don't worry about it. Like,
it
nigga.
like
used
that
to be
that
it used to be the thrill of the kill. It used to be.
Yeah, it used to be the thrill of the kill. Yeah.
like our artisan, that show, like I feel so strongly about it that like I said, I'm gonna join the Patreon. I want to see you watching it live and hear your reactions. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
you'll see me falling asleep.
If
so
anything,
that'd
I
be
can
like
say
that
that,
sometimes.
I can say this when someone sells me something good. Two times. My cousin, he was the one who did one for me. He did shoot, what was that one he put me on?
I put
Well,
you on
as
the
an as,
Google, bro.
no 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 no
You
stop,
still don't want to give me that credit. I put you on the Google.
One at a time. One at a time. I don't do
pause.
all that over talking shit. I hate that. So
All right,
one
my
at a
bad, my
time.
bad, my bad, my bad. Like
Yeah.
one show he did put me on was I was just watching it a second ago on Netflix. The Witcher. At first, I thought it was weird, right? I mean, weird. But I had to go back into my memory bank and be like, I remember when a good brethren of mine, he put me on that Star Wars, and the best way he sold it for me was, "Yo, you didn't see the part with the lightsaber? Zoom, 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 zoom," and he started doing the action. So I was like, "You could stop right there, brother. You had me at lightsaber." I took in all 1 to 6, and I was like, "Okay." But as far as passed on, that's up to me to do my research. But when he
You
put
gotta
me on,
pause. You gotta pause when you say you took in all 1 to 6.
oh boy.
Yeah, that's a hard
80s
pause
baby.
there.
80s baby. Purple rain, man. Purple rain. But no, like, honestly, my cousin is good like that, man. It's funny because we never really connected until we connected. And when we did, I found out he liked the same similar things I did. So I was like, I can't believe. So in any case, he put on The Witcher, and I was like, you know what? I know this is a weird show, but once I have the time to take it in, kind of like what you were saying earlier, MC, I was like, all right, sure. And then when I did take it in, I was like, man, even with Demon Slayer, I remember when my cousin first put me on that guy, I watched so many episodes of that. He was like, man, you finished that? And I'm like, guy, what were you on? He's like, I'm busy. And I'm like, I know you are, but you're missing
Yeah,
all that
like
interest. You know what I mean? Not to mention, there's other ones too that my cousin does, man. But those are the
well,
best ones I could bring up right now.
like
Pause.
our artisan.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No one, you are not shit. And yes, that's a better analogy than the one I thought of. That's a better analogy. Dude, the hell is fire. Enjoy your kiss. Like, what?
This guy, bro. I swear. That's what I like about you.
That's the package man right there. That's a better one. No one is on the board for the ain't shit prize today.
Sorry. And another good one that my cousin put me on, Sword Art Online. Man,
Yeah, I know about Sword Art. Sword Art is awesome.
I would love to see how we're growing right now in the future, and that could be applicable. But as far as
It is applicable.
conspiracy. Well, I mean, just as far as the conspiracy where everyone's like, "Oh, there's food shortages, but yet food ain't shortage." You know what I mean? Like, God, just ease up. You know what I mean? Just ease up.
What?
You know?
Because Malika has a correction for you.
Oh.
No, I see that. I can run my channel. You don't have to run it from the chat box. Thank you. I see Malika's comment, and he's like, "Under the cherry moon, not purple rain." Yes, exactly, Malika. But
Sorry,
most folks
man.
don't know the difference between purple rain and under the cherry moon.
Hey, at least I know Prince because of Purple Rain. If I didn't think, I'll live with that, and I'm happy with that. You want to school me? Have at it, man. You're not the first, but hopefully, I wish they were the last.
I don't need to school you on Prince. You grown, right? How old are you? 30?
7.
37? Okay,
Yep,
do your own
yep.
fucking homework.
Right? Amen. Amen to that, man.
Do your
Again,
homework.
another good thing from Andre, man, this guy will always show me the coolest and hottest hip hop. My little brother used to do that, but as you can see, I switched to my cousin, and honestly, I'm thankful for this guy, man. Thankful, man. Keeps me updated.
Yeah, you need people like that in your life. Like my son took over. My son took over the watching mostly anime for me because he watches a lot more anime now than I did. But like I told you guys, I got him into watching anime because he was my son. That's what I was watching at the time, right? So when he got old enough and got his own laptop and stuff like that, he was binging on anime. So he watches a shitload more of it than I do. So he will feed me shows that he thinks I should watch because he knows my habits. He knows my taste. And he's like, hey, you would like this, Dad, and this is why you would like it. Blah, 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 blah. Right? And shoot that off to me. That's why I have a list of anime that he's given me. And I trust his recommendations on it because he actually knows me. Right? So I watch shit that he sends me to watch. And some of the ones he has given me to watch are some of the ones that people are really enjoying right now. I can tell you One Piece was never on that list, but I get into more
I don't know
psychological stuff. I get into more psychological stuff than just beat 'em ups. I just do. It has to be more of a story than that to me. And I'm pretty sure One Piece has a little bit more than that, but at the same time as getting into Naruto and not doing Bleach, One Piece was having a long fucking run already. It's like that's daunting to pick up unless you have time to devote to it.
It's funny you say that because I looked at Dragon Ball Z and One Piece and I'm noticing how these guys started from way, way back then. But then I'm also laughing at it like saying, well, when are you guys going to end? Like, when will you reach your climax? Like, how many times will Goku, right? You know, from Super Saiyan 1 to going on to like Super Saiyan so forth. All right, I thought it was done on Super Saiyan Blue, but then, you know, Ultra Instinct. God dang, I could be here all a lifetime and still not get it. But I like it when it does that because then now I could take my time and do my research, take the things that I really need from it, and, you know, understand what was so popping about it, and at least not lose the loop, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that was the point that I like the Angry Man was making about Dragon Ball Z, and one of the things that got daunting to me about Dragon Ball is that if it's not, everything is solely focused on the Saiyans. Everybody else that he started with ain't really shit now. They can't fight on any level with anybody else. But that's one of the things I think Naruto did better, that even though Naruto ends up becoming a very good fighter, everybody else leveled up as well. Everybody. Every other supporting character around him all leveled up. So when you go from Naruto to Naruto Shippuden, you see all these other characters is leveled up too. And when you see them fight, like, God damn, he got better. He got a hell of a lot better. So where's Naruto in this hierarchy now? Like, yeah, he's good, but he has his area that he's good in.
Right. Shippuden was way better than the original.
Yeah, I told, I think it was AM. I told him if he wanted to watch Naruto, just start at Shippuden because they do enough. Let me finish. Don't cut me off on my screen. That's fucking rude as shit.
My bad.
They do enough flashbacks in Shippuden to the regular Naruto show where you don't necessarily have to watch the original show to find out all the little kid shit. Right? If he had an issue with somebody, you understand why he had an issue with them because they'll give you a flashback for it and keep the story going forward. They do enough of that, so it's fine. You can watch Shippuden and just catch him as a teenager going into his adulthood and all the stuff that he's dealing with at this point, and not have seen his earlier struggles as a younger kid trying to earn these people's respect, because he's still doing it in Shippuden.
I would argue that like in the original Naruto, like the only important parts to watch is when he actually was able to use the Nine Tails. Everything else he's a skip. That's what had me hooked to the show, was seeing that shit.
Him and the Nine Tails going at it, yeah.
No, like when he was actually able to access it.
Yeah,
Access his power before he was able to control it.
That was cool. I think that's what got my son too, because my son is 30. I think that's what got him too initially, but I always liked the Naruto and Nine Tails relationship, because Nine Tails didn't like his ass. Nine Tails did not like his ass. He didn't like being trapped in that kid. And he had to deal with that shit. And after a point, they actually start working together, which is what life and dealing with people that you might not agree with all the time is about. You got to figure out a way to fucking coexist, or you're just going to destroy each other. You both will lose. So what do you want to do? You want to work together and win, or you want to work against each other and fucking lose everything? Well, to Malika's point, hold on, Andre. To Malika's point, I don't know what Usher is looking like right now. A gay supervillain? I don't know. I'm not watching the Super Bowl, so it's not 3:00 here, so it's not even on yet. So I don't know. The last thing I saw of Usher was him doing his show in Vegas, and he had that whole leather studded jacket on with his rhinestones or spikes or whatever the fuck on it. I'm like, you'd fit in the Castro. I'm just saying, you'd fit in. Somebody would pick you up, young man. So I don't know what he's looking like. When they put a picture up online, throw me a link and I'll critique that shit, because it might make a good supervillain costume. I mean, there's worse places to look for costumes for supervillains. I'd use the Olympics many a time. Just saying.
Like that first fight that he had with Sasuke, that fight was epic.
Yeah, that fight was epic. The reveal when you finally see Sasuke again after he's been missing all that time, and Sasuke come back with the kimono on, not the kimono, but the robes on and the sword, and you're like, what the fuck? This nigga on one. That was good. And then when they finally Sasuke and Itachi's fight was fire. Sleep on that fucking fight was fire, dude. And then there's a couple of other ones that were really good in there too.
What about that old Rock Lee?
Kisame and Rock Lee. That was a good fight too. That was a good fight. What was that, LB?
Yeah, I was saying Rock Lee. Oh, don't worry, just call me LB. I'm good. But Rock Lee, like I took in that one fight he had with Gaia. Oh man, I have to admit, I enjoyed the heck out of that, man. For me, some people got the potential and I get it, but just using strength, willpower, and determination, I can't knock that. You know what I mean? I can't knock. And that's sorry, and that's kind of too, because the way how Zakari Kenpachi is, I don't want to do no spoilers, but I've been a fan of that guy, even down to Aizen. But again, I don't want to spoil it for anybody.
Okay, I would say just proving the point of how one show builds on another one. Rock Lee is your Super Saiyan in Naruto. Rock Lee is your Goku character. That's who he is. The guy who got stronger just from training. That's all he does is train. And I saw somebody recently, my boy Black Bane sent me a meme on Instagram about it, which was, I forget whose video it is, but they made this animation where Vegeta found a sparring partner for Goku, and it's Rock Lee. And Goku don't want to fight him at first until Rock Lee starts going on about how he trains, and he wears all this weighted clothes all the time. So they're like, yeah, Goku like he falls in love or some shit. And she was like, yeah, I know it. Because they're basically the same character. When Rock Lee opens his 8th gate, he looks like a fucking Super Saiyan. That's all he is. He's just a Super Saiyan. So that is Naruto building on Dragon Ball Z, but paying that homage to those characters in one form in there. Because even Rock Lee level up. He might not beat Madara, but there's a lot of asses that's getting kicked before he get there. That's why I like Rock Lee. Rock Lee had no talent, nigga. He still was in there holding form with all of them.
If I could ask, what's your take on One Punch Man? Because as far as it's a new one, but it just came out, I kind of like the way how that show developed.
One Punch Man is fun. Yeah, One Punch Man is fun to me because it makes light of a lot of tropes in anime and comic books. Like One Punch Man looks like fucking Superman, right? Yeah, Super Saiyan Man, Superman, whatever the fuck you want to call him, right? The fact that all he did was just train and he got that strong is a joke towards Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
The fact that he looks like a fucking derp most of the damn time with a stupid look on his face and don't want to do that shit. He just want to get paid. Pays, some anime homage in a sense. He's just doing this shit just to get money. He's just trying to get paid. And he's looking for a good fight. Like Goku is always looking for a good fight. Problem is he can't never really have a good fight because everything falls when he hits it one time. That's the Superman paradox. Well, I like Superman, but Superman is not my favorite character because my thing is if everything falls whenever you hit it, how do you actually know your fucking strength? Where's the fucking story? How little you can hit something? It's just a blunt instrument. So what? That's not interesting to me. So One Punch Man plays on that, and it plays to being silly in that way, which is fun because I like anime at times that's silly and has fun with itself, and characters get distended faces and stuff like that because it makes it more lighthearted and fun. Like the funniest scene to me that sold me on watching that show was in, I think it was the second episode or something like that. And the chick villain showed up and she looked like a wasp or big bee or something like that.
Oh yeah.
And One Punch Man was going through the whole episode trying to get this shit done and getting irritated, his stuff getting fucked up, trying to kill this one bug. And he finally runs up on her and he just smacked the shit out of her ass into a building and killed it. And I was like, what the? And shit was hilarious to me. It was fucking hilarious to me. I laughed out loud for real, just howling at that shit. It was like, that's funny as fuck. I'm down. Yeah. I'm down for this show. All of this shit is silly. It's silly in some real ways, but it's silly.
Right?
It's just silly shit. So it's fun to poke fun at some of these tropes in this shit at times if it's done in a clever way. So first season, he has that fight with Borboros or whatever his name was. They actually had a good fight. He actually found somebody he can go toe-to-toe with and have a fight, and he finally won. And then he went back and fought somebody else, with a Deep Sea King or some shit like that, and beat him with one punch, and he's pissed off again. Like, fuck! Back to this shit! He was pissed! Because now he has no one to fight. No one else to fight now. Now he's back to it's just one hit. How can I work out if every time I touch something, it explodes? Fuck! Right? I can't test my skills fully. That's the problem with getting super strong, motherfucker. Yeah, no challenge makes the character dull. Exactly. Look, I use this all the time. Why do people like Doomsday? Because Doomsday beat the fuck out of Superman, beat his ass to death. Why did Doomsday beat Superman's ass to death? Because Superman is used to having easy fights.
You know what? That reminds me.
I was buying that shit when that comic was coming out. So I remember the hype when he came back with the blue suit and the long mullet. Yeah, because I wanted to see what he was going to do next. I want to see that redemption role where you lost the championship title, nigga. Now you got to do the road to WrestleMania all over again. I want to see that shit. But after that back, I wasn't interested. Because now you're going to be back to the basics. I beat everybody. I will always win. Fuck that. That story is less interesting than watching Mizu get her fucking ass stabbed just by the regular fucking bar matron in there talking tough. The fuck you say? No, you don't tell me what these white dudes are. Oh, really? Really, bitch? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
bringing it back to that.
me. Go ahead.
Bringing it back to that. Actually, like your thoughts on Blue Eye Samurai, like that fight there, like just like even the clip that you just played, like it was displaying the sadism of
Elijah.
Fowler. Sorry, like
Fowler, yeah.
it was displaying the sadism of him. And then like once she lit that fire and she gave him that look, he started running away because like you knew she was
Yeah, he knew she was on one. He knew whoever that person was on one. He didn't want no parts of that shit after that. That motherfucker. That's why I said in the review. That's when she actually did turn into a whole Orin. She turned into a whole fucking demon at that point. Because that shit looked like a horror movie. She was just stalking his ass after that. And his ass was running. He saw the look in her eyes and he knew, you know what? I don't want no parts of this shit. I'm good. It was a nice try. I'll come back next time. Like he was trying to get the fuck out of there. And it didn't stop him from being a sadist at all because he had killed plenty of people on the way to that room. But at that point, yeah, this might be the day. I'm good. I gotta leave. I gotta get out of here. You know what? I've seen death many times. First time I see it looking at me, I'm good. No one said it is the villain monologue for me, talking all that king shit just to get swatted down. Yep. Right in the middle of the monologue at that. Shut up, man. We don't hear that shit. That's Andre. What he said after he smacked her. Mosquitoes suck. Yep. Exactly, Herb. You know the dialogue. Yeah, mosquitoes suck. Yep. Smashed her ass. They was having whole problems with her ass. What was it? Geo?
If I could ask you a question,
Gino?
what's your take
Yeah.
on?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could ask you, what's your take on video games? Because as far as I'm concerned, from the days of Sonic the Hedgehog for Sega Genesis and Super Mario 3 for Super Nintendo, man, I love the fact that they made a lot of good games. I don't like the fact that I get to try most of them. But for the few that I did, you couldn't pull me outside, man, even if the world was ending. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, I missed the question in there.
Oh.
What was the question?
Like all right, the question is like the good games like Contra, 2-player action, Street Fighter, as opposed to like say Mortal Kombat or Killer Instinct, or even all the other ones like Tekken and Virtual Fighter, but that's another story. Yeah, what's your take on video games? Like, I mean, can you elaborate on that for your own personal experience, or is that not really like something you could add on because you don't have that much to say to say? Because for me, okay. I could go days on that, but that's another story.
Okay, so I'll say two things on that. Well, I'll say three things. I have three things to say on that. Number one, I don't get into dick measuring contests with geeks. This is pointless. Two, I've gone through this on my channel a long time ago. Channel was 4 years old. I am a geek of all sorts. I cover geekdom on this whole, not just one part, because I am a huge fucking geek. So third one, to answer your question a little bit of what my feeling is or what my thoughts are on video games. I love video games. I grew up with video games from Pong all the way up to my PS5. Ooh. Okay, so I go back with video games like I go back with, popping out my mama's vagina. Okay, so from digital 2-bit animation where it's just two little dots bouncing a ball back and forth to what we have now, which I love, which is Division 2 and Gran Turismo and Ghost of Tsushima. I'm deeply involved in video games, love video games to death. My favorite form of video games after I started playing Zelda became RPGs. I love adventure and RPG games. Right now, I understand that my preferred method of playing video games is I want an RPG open world. And if it's massive multiplayer, even better. But if it's solo, that's fine because I usually play by myself. I'm not worried about playing with a bunch of other people talking shit over the internet waves. That's not my thing. I'm into the story. I'm into the game. I'm into the world. And if it's open world, I can go explore as much as I want to because I've been playing Skyrim for, 10 years now? I ain't finished that game yet, and I don't never want to finish that game because I love popping it in and going through the wilderness and having motherfuckers run up on me, give me your money or your life, and killing their ass dead. I enjoy that shit.
Yeah, reminds me of Andre and Assassin Creed, man.
I never
Wow.
I played
Okay,
Assassin's
cool,
Creed
cool.
once. I played Assassin's Creed once. Didn't get the idea, get the story, didn't gravitate to it as strongly. My son really gravitated to him. He loves Assassin's Creed. I was playing some other shit. So that's his shit to do. I know the story, I know the characters. I never played it consistently. It just didn't grab me like that. My shit is always more. It has to be more involved for me in a sense. I can play it, but it's hard to say this because there's so many different ideas of video games now. But if you came in with video games to understand what a side scroller is, what a top down is, what you understand as a platformer game, or what you understand as being, it's just the same type of game with different characters or sprites put on top of it. There's certain types I don't play anymore because I remember seeing that when it came in and it doesn't interest me anymore. And that's what I see Assassin's Creed as. Assassin's Creed to me is no different than a Prince of Persia back in the day on PC. It's not much different. It's just 3D. So I'm not that damn interested in it like that. The story sounds interesting, but
Well,
no.
the storyline of Assassin's Creed, I liked it because it's basically talking about like the Illuminati.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it got there because I understand the history of what an actual assassin is in the real world, where it comes from and stuff like that. Turning that into a series of video games up through the ages is interesting in a sense. But I don't know. Other than Assassin's Creed, I would play Hitman before I play Assassin's Creed. That's just what it is. I love Hitman games. Assassin's Creed, not so much. But I do like the parkour elements in it because I like parkour.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel you.
That's what had me about that game. It was the leap of faith, and you could jump off a building and assassinate somebody. Like,
Mm-hmm. But see, that's where I get into the Hitman part of it. Is your mission might be, hey, you got to take out this person, right? Okay, you have to take out this person. They don't tell you how to do it. You have to figure out how to fuck to do it with the way the games and the NPCs work and operate. You have to figure that shit out for yourself. So there's many different ways to accomplish this one objective, but it's on you to figure out how to accomplish it. That's your goal. Figure it the fuck out.
that is a good point
Yeah.
because I played Hitman when I was younger. Like one of my cousins that's older than my cousin here now. He was playing Hitman. I tried playing it, but I'm like, fuck, this game is complicated as shit. That was when I was younger, of course.
So I see somebody in the back. Is this another one of your cousins that you invited up here? Because I'm not
I have
running
no
the
idea.
family panel.
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Oh, wow. God, I love the good bad jokes, man.
Yeah, I'm a dad. I'm a grandfather. So
Yo, congrats, by the way,
Let's
man.
see what's up.
Congrats.
I
Oh,
fucking
yo, you
knew
were
it.
Yeah,
yo,
A
they
Negro did
sorry.
that too. A Negro
Wow.
did that too. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop everybody down for that shit. So I know y'all ain't had nothing to do with that shit. I know you didn't, but Super Bowl fan 333, and it was a brother who did that shit. That's why niggas can't have nothing nice. Well, it's a good thing my videos, I play music in front of them most of the time, so I can go back and edit that shit out just like I have to edit out the music too. So fuck you very much for that. Niggas. And I just sat there watching. I just sat there watching him before he came up because he knew he had to be on camera. That's why I asked Andre and LB if it was somebody they knew. Oh my God. He came in as Malika Me Bane too. He came in as Malika Me Bane as well. Yep, nobody else gets on the panel twice. It's okay, I can edit that shit out too. I can do a solo show. This is why a lot of people don't open up panels for strangers to space. Because strangers in the space don't have no love for the space. They want to ruin shit. And if you got videos on your phone of white men jerking off, you need to go find you a white zaddy so you can get that off. It's 2024. You can get that if you want it. Go find it. Go after it. I'm sure there's one out there that will love your black buck ass with the braids. So, no shade to you, Andre and Claude, but I don't have that shit on my panel. And the easiest way to keep it from happening is to drop everybody down. Because for 2 seconds, that shit was out there. So now I got to edit the stream. So somebody else trying to fuck up my channel. But at least they doing it up front. So it's no shade to y'all whatsoever. We're having a decent conversation. Yeah, Malika, they came in as your name. They came in as your name. It said Malika Me Bane with your picture. That's why I put it up. That's the only reason why I put it up. So I always wonder how strange people like that find my channel. Because I can tell you this, I didn't get an alert the whole time the stream was going on. So I know nobody I know actually reposted this stream or shared it on their shit. So how does motherfucker find it? I just told y'all earlier. I scrolled through about 40 fucking pages. Didn't see my channel pop up for a video on the same topic. So that means I'm very obscure. So if you came here, somebody brought your ass here. Yeah, Malika. Your name, your avatar. I don't know why anybody is popping up backstage. I'm not letting anybody else back up here. You might as well drop down, LB and Andre. Apologies. I'm not letting anybody else back up here. They're going to have to be some long-standing person that I have known that don't do shit like that. Especially since the motherfucker just came back with one of my friends' avatars and names to come back and throw white dudes jerking it. No. I know I don't. It's not even a question. This is a privilege, not a right. And I don't have trolls. I do have moderators, but I don't have trolls. So, yeah. No, Malika would never do no shit like that. I know Malika, I wouldn't say personally, but Malika has my actual phone number. Malika can actually call me. So I've talked to Malika. I know what Malika looks like, and I know Malika ain't into white dudes jerking off. And that would not be something he was keeping on his phone for special occasions when he wanted to jump on the panel. That is some super villain gay shit. But if that's what you choose, knock yourself out. Everybody like a good black book. You don't got to announce it, Claude. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. Support has been soft as of late. Oh, good. I got an emergency. 1 second. Got you too, JT. But he don't know your last name is JC. So he brought it up as JC. And he got your picture in live video as well. Again, yep. Again. That's why nobody else is coming up. So, Claude, I don't know why you keep jumping into the back. But, yeah. I ain't killing shit, Aquatech. You fuck that nigga. You can't, if I don't bring anybody up, you can't do shit else. And I will let YouTube knows that I've been doing a stream for about 2 hours and I ain't been on here. That's somebody coming up on the stream. My stream does not say it's for kids. And it will be down and edited afterwards. So, and if it killed a fucking channel, it killed a fucking channel. Motherfuckers ain't supporting the shit anyway. What difference do it make? Appreciate you, Aquatech. I understand why you're doing it. You know, you understand why I'm doing it. I'm actually irritated by that shit. It's fucking. I don't have an aversion. I have a penis, so it's nothing shocking to me. But the fact that somebody will put that shit up there on my stream is what's shocking. Because somebody needs some goddamn attention. The fact that they came through doing that shit using black men's faces is something else. I mean, at the very least, if you wanted to show me something to get shit banned, why don't you show me some white woman playing with her cooch? Because I've seen that many a times. And it's always entertaining. But no, you want somebody to see some white dude's dick. Because you want to suck it? Go knock yourself out. That shit is totally permissible nowadays. You can do it on camera and get paid for it. You don't have to waste your time putting that shit on my fucking stream. These motherfuckers with these goddamn old calls. These motherfuckers are so goddamn stupid. Claude, I don't know why you in the back chat again. Again. Here, I know what I'm going to do. Let's do this. This is why niggas have trust issues. No, let's not do that, because then they can come into back chat on camera showing this dumb shit. Just to show it was because it's showing up on the screen. So for YouTube, I did not approve of that content. That was something that you guys need to be able to moderate. People who come through doing that shit on channels. The fact that they could actually use somebody I know's name and hack their videos or pictures should be something you look into. All right. Yes, Andre, they did. And I think I made that very clearly when I said it. But if you keep asking questions about shit I've already said, it makes me think it's more the two of you motherfuckers doing the shit. Because I've never, ever in 4 years of this channel had that shit happen. Never. And I've ran panels. And the two new motherfuckers I put up there, all of a sudden this shit happens. Because that kind of shit is 30-year-old millennial shit. Gen Xers don't waste their time doing that. We got other shit to do. Just saying. I don't appreciate that shit in the least bit. Now it gets close to the game and everybody wants to call for something. So, which means I'm going to have to leave in a minute to go address this fucking emergency call. We're calling about some shit that's not even a fucking emergency. No, I've seen it before. That's how Toya lost her first channel. Letting somebody up that she didn't know and they came on throwing up porn on her channel. And she wasn't quick enough on the removal to get it down. So that's how it worked. That's how she ended up losing her first channel. Usually white boys do that shit. But I wouldn't put it past some black ones. So I'm at the 3-hour mark. That's usually why a lot of smarter people don't do panels. You know? Or they do panels through a different format to where it's on a separate thing. So they can screen out people. Fucking mobile. 150. So I got an hour for that one. So what else do I want to say? Get off of this goofy shit. No, I'm not going to go there. Well, the game is, pre-game is probably started by now. It's 2 o'clock. So people are going to be involved. If you're pissed off by something I said, grow thick of skin. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Because I don't have that kind of action on my channel. And I'm very suspicious of new people. And when that shit pops up. So, like I said, I gave everybody a chance to rock out until they do something fucked up. Nothing to be sorry about. If you ain't had nothing to do with it, ain't nothing for you to be sorry for. And you've been on many panels, and not in the last 5 years. You've been on many panels for the last 3-4 months. That's usually when a lot of goofy shit pops up, when you get new faces for 4 months. They try to get comfortable. And it always follows them. It's happened on BGS's panel before. It's happened on Art's panel before. It's happened on Toya's panel before. It's happened on some other people's panels before. But it always happens with panel conversations. Always. Because that's the only way random people get to get up. Especially if you post an open link. If I posted a chat link only to people who I had email conversations with and knew, none of you would ever get a chance to come up. It would be a very short list of people, I can tell you that much, because they are known and verified. But that's why a lot of people, there was a time in this space, especially in the Black manosphere, where you couldn't be on the chat if you didn't open your camera up. If you run around with an avatar and it's not your picture, because we don't know who the fuck you are. That's why some of us actually are on camera when we do our shit and talk our shit. Because it ain't no hiding behind nothing. You can see it on our face. You can look us in the eye. The only person that don't actually divulge themselves is y'all. The faceless fucking trolls who are constantly hiding behind avatars and fake names. You only ones get off on that kind of shit. Because you're weak nobodies. That destroy shit as fun. Because you don't build anything. You don't create anything. But chaos and depravity. Yeah, it can, Malika. If Malika is who you are. Andre, there's no fucking way I'm giving out my email address to you in an open chat. Really? Really, nigga? People who have my email address have my email address. And trust me, it's not that simple to get my fucking email address. I would have to know your ass for years before I'd ever give that shit to you. My trust is like a union, nigga. You got to pay your dues for a while. Yes, I do have a Patreon, Zajack. Shop Talk with Artist and MC. One second. Sorry. What I was saying was, Malika, yes, the weirdos do need to grow up. And weirdos is a perfect segue into the next part of what I wanted to talk about, which was this WWF Vince McMahon scandal shit, since we all talking about weirdos. Yeah, I pushed the mute button when I responded to this text message. And Claude, I don't know why you're in the back chat again after you said you were leaving. I already said I'm not letting anybody else up on the panel, so I don't know why somebody keeps popping up with your picture and your name in the back chat. And now they're gone again because they were called out. This dude is a troll. Bam. So here we go. This is how we're going to start sniping people. Everybody who has a wrench on my channel, if you see somebody's name that you do not recognize, ban them on site. Because I don't have time for the dumb shit. Sort of Aquatechy. It's just an irritation. It's kid shit. Orders received. Thank you. Somebody who plays StarCraft. So let's talk about weirdos. One of the things I find interesting about this Vince McMahon case, and trust me, I have downloaded the actual court documents and started reading through that shit. Yeah, it's some pretty graphic details, but you know what? I'm a grown-up, so it's not really graphic in the sense of grown-up shit. If you understand that people have proclivities, and weird ones at that, weird in the sense that they're not the ones that you have, they don't have the morals that you have, or don't have the desires that you have, it can seem pretty fucking weird. I also understand that people in this culture actually have sex in a lot of strange and different ways than you might have sex with your missionary land self. It happens. All right. So while none of this shit that I'm reading in here sounds like it's something that you would put up on a family network, none of it is actually all that goddamn shocking to me. Especially not for two consenting adults to fuck around with in their spare time. Oh, look, all the trolls showed up. And why are they here? How did they get here? Who brought them? Look, and they all showed up all at the same time. As soon as I said to ban them. As soon as I said to ban them, they all showed up. So I guess I got an audience full of fucking trolls now. Interesting. Y'all got time to troll my channel? You obviously don't watch the Super Bowl either. I wonder what actually triggered them. That I called them fucking millennials? Or that I think it's other content creators? Or just fake fans trying to get somebody's channel taken down? Super Troll Sunday. Yep. See this shit? So here's another thing. Since they're putting comments like that out there, you guys, if you're a moderator on my channel, when you click on their comment, go to the report, and then you report the content that they are putting up. That way it gets all that little shit shut down. So report and then delete. That's what I do on people's channels because I moderate. I report their asses, every one of them, every one of the accounts, every one of the names that pops up in there. So then they can go back to the IP level and find out who the fuck is doing that shit and shut their shit down. Andre, you don't have to keep making a case for you and your cuz, dude. Hmm. And the shit they put up, liking little girls, really? I have a granddaughter, you sick fuck. Mm. As a prophet, this is just gonna be a full job, huh? I think I'm sniping more of these motherfuckers than y'all are. You know, all this does is keep new people that come into chats from having any voice in the chats. You know that, right? That's all it does. That the chats will remain mostly only people we know and have seen on other platforms. That's why I know who Andre is. Because I've seen him enough times on other platforms, making his voice and his face, well, not his face, but his voice known. Because he's new in the space, trying to make people know who he is. Well, I guess I am going to have to end that stream because they just keep spamming and you guys cannot keep up with these fucks. That lets them win. I hate letting weak asses win. Really dislike that. It's funny, as soon as they found out I wasn't going to keep letting anybody up on my chat, they started just spamming the fucking spamming the fucking chat. I was weak as shit, dude. Weak as shit. Somebody talking about somebody is gay. You know, it's not even an insult to call somebody gay nowadays. They only get mad at you if you get it wrong, if they're not gay. Because gay is perfectly okay. Fucking idiots. So if you're moderating, I need you to keep up. Because if you keep up, then I can go on with what I was going to talk about. But if you're moderating and you can't keep up, then apparently I will have to end the stream. Because the chat replay doesn't play on my videos anyway. So this is the one time they'll get to see this shit. But if it's quickly sniped, then it's never seen. And most of these fuck trolls, because I can say that to your face or your avatar, want attention. Swift, like, got to return to my gamer skills. Yeah, where's that quick mouse at? That mouse work, boy. That's what gaming is good for. Quick reflexes and quick eye movements. There's some hideous fucking chode hiding behind an avatar thinking he being funny, throwing a bunch of pornographic stuff into somebody else's chat. Well, y'all entertain yourselves these days. Anyway, speaking of weirdos, so I read through some of this article. I haven't finished it because it's 60-something pages. Oh, did I just lose it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Excuse me. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. I had to take it down because I couldn't see my fucking screen. I'm not at home with the two monitor setup, so it's kind of fucked up. There we go. All right. So that is the court document for this Vince McMahon shit. Right? So you can see that I actually do have it. I actually am reading through this shit. Now, most of what I'm seeing in here, it could sound like some egregious shit if you don't understand two things. One, grown people have sex. It's just what it is, in a lot of weird and different ways. So, which means to me, sex in and of itself is not strange or gross, because I'm not a child. The other thing to understand from this is that this woman is not 20-something years old. This is not some 19-year-old high school student. No. This is a 44-year-old woman. 44-year-old woman. Now, I'm sure you wouldn't notice that from the pictures they keep putting up of her. That makes her look like she's 19 or 20. Some college student. She's not. The timeline for this shit happened over the last 4 years, and she's 44 years old. Meaning, she was 40 years old when she got this internship at the WWE. Let that sink in for a minute. With all the report and coverage, oh, it's gross, it's shocking, it's No, it's not. No, it's not. Shocking is being on a YouTube live stream about geek shit and having somebody come up using a black person's avatar, and then as soon as they get on a panel, throwing up a picture of a white man jerking off in front of his fucking camera. That's shocking. Reading that this grown-ass woman was into a sexual relationship with a CEO of a company who wanted to do all kind of depraved acts with him and on her is not shocking in the least bit. Especially when there's a such thing as the internet and porn everywhere. Not shocking at all. There's people who make whole careers out of this shit, out of doing just this shit. So it's not shocking at all. What's shocking about it is they put this shit out for public consumption to read. So why? If Vince McMahon is a grown-ass man, damn near 80 years old or something, right? And this woman, despite how they keep trying to frame it with pictures, is a grown-ass 40-something-year-old woman, you know what? I'll just say this. I don't know of any 40-year-old women who don't want to get a train ran on them. I personally don't. I don't. I don't know any 40-year-old white women who wouldn't want to sleep with a black dude. I personally don't. And I personally have been that black dude. So I don't find any of this shit really shocking in the least bit. Gross in some areas because he shit on her face. But then again, she was getting filled out like some finger cuffs at the time, which means she was probably doing some taint tickling. That's how she ended up with shit in her face. I also know that kind of porn exists on the internet that people get paid to do. Seems pretty fucking consensual to me. Especially since she has the fucking text messages. And not a police report saying he made me do this shit. Now, I ask you people, how old do you think the average person is who would listen to a news report about this shit? Do you think they're 10? Do you think they're 18? Do you think they're college age? 25, 30? Like the goofballs that kept trying to spam the chat. Do you think they're that age? To care about a CEO and know his name and face? Do you think they would probably be in their 40s or 50s? Do you think any of this shit is fucking shocking? No. Because there ain't many of them that want anybody knowing what's going on in their fucking bedroom. And you already know, without having to see it, that there's all kind of weird shit going on. Some dudes getting pegged by a chick or other dudes. And it's all available online to see. So why am I sitting here acting like, oh my God, this chick got fucked by 2 dudes? Oh, it must have been Friday. She was trafficked. She went on a business trip. It's her fucking job to go where he's going. And she's in a sexual relationship with him. Willingly coming to his place, in his car with him, texting him and having conversations about their next act that they're going to have. Where's the crime in this exactly? So she worked for him closely. She got into a relationship with him while he's married. A consensual sexual relationship, so much so that she's in his car with him at night and has sex with him outside of his business in his car. Has sex with other people that he directs her to, probably fulfilling some of her own fucking fantasies. And all of a sudden, when he wants to stop paying her ass, now there's a lawsuit, and now all these text messages and shit are coming out. And I'm supposed to sit back there and say, oh my God, Vince, you're a horrible man. But you can't find no pictures of this bitch, except for these 2 pictures that show her as looking like a 20-year-old, which she is not. Oh, well, you know he had allegations in the past. You know what? That sounds exactly like that dumbass shit from Jonathan Majors when they jumped up that, oh, he beat the hell out of his girlfriend, and then they pulled some motherfucker out the woodwork that said, yeah, and he was mean to people on set too. I was there. Really? You know, back in Princeton, he did such and such. Really? That's what we're going with? Character assassination and smear campaigns? That's where we at? That is so fucking juvenile. Look, for everybody who's ever worked corporate and know of some chick in your office that's fucking the boss, if she goes on a business trip with him to, say, I don't know, Las Vegas, and they fuck in his penthouse, and he bring her back to California, and let her go home to her fucking husband, and her husband finds out she's been fucking around, and to save that shame, what do you think she's gonna say? I was trafficked. No, you weren't. You were working with the CEO. I don't know if y'all know this, but when you watch wrestling every Monday, Friday, Wednesday, they're not in the same place. The motherfuckers travel every night like a fucking carnival. Every night. They pull into a new town, set up shop, put up their lights, banners, and everything else, put on a show, and pack that bitch up and move on to the next city. Every night. Now, if you work for this company and that's part of your job, you moving with them. You happening to fuck the CEO, the boss. Don't make them trafficking your ass. That makes you road pussy. Like any groupie. That's what it makes you. What it makes of this case is an extortion. A smear campaign, an extortion wrapped in a smear campaign. That's what it makes to me. Because, yeah, it's salacious details in that shit. Yeah, you know what? I read shit like that when I was a preteen. So fucking what? Where's the actual problem? Where's the actual crime? Because it seems like, since she got text messages and all the rest of the shit, all of this is stuff that she consented to do. I don't believe in no 40-year-old controlled ass woman. Just the same way you can't believe in a 20-year-old controlled ass woman that can have her own OnlyFans, her body, her choice, all the rest of that goofy shit. And I can't believe she cannot be controlled. You can't get a bitch to shut up nowadays, let alone you gonna fuck this dude and you're gonna like it. Nigga. Really? The first call she would have made if you tried to pull some shit like that would have been to the police. Or excuse me, TMZ. Depending on how big of a name you had. If TMZ ain't enough, then she'll go to the police. Because she gonna get paid off that shit. But it wouldn't be a text conversation that you're having that you just saved because you do that. And then want to put it out there. See, this is shocking. He made me do this. I was in fear of my job. Bullshit. Bullshit. You can get a job anywhere else with that. You know why? Isn't there whistleblower laws? Doesn't that work? I'm being facetious in that too. Doesn't that work? Isn't that what it's there for? Where you can call out, bad behavior in a company and still go get your ass another job in another company to look for the same shit and blow a whistle on them too and move on to the next one? Doesn't that actually apply? Oh, let me get this right. You were so disempowered as a 40-year-old fucking woman that you cannot look for another fucking job. That if you look into the story, you'll find out this woman was probably pretty well off. You know how you know? Because her parents stayed in the same building as Vince McMahon. That's how she met him. She didn't meet him as no fucking teenager, no little teeny bopper. She met him taking care of her older parents that lived in his building where he lived. What does that tell you? Family well off. Them parents is dead now. What does that tell you? She pretty well off too. And he still gave her a job to work closely with him. And when his wife, Linda McMahon, the one that was running for like Senate and shit like that, found out about that shit, he had to put a kibosh on that relationship and gave her a nice little golden parachute for a while until he had to cut that shit off too, because, the company was making some moves and paying that money to your ass would beg some questions that he didn't want to have to answer. So he had to cut off the spigot. And she got mad. I'm going to get you for trafficking and all the rest of that shit. I tell you this. This is why Kevin Samuels, RIP to Kevin, why he had a list of certain females you don't date and don't deal with. This is why a book like this exists too, to tell you certain women that you don't want to fuck around with. You know what one of those type of women are? Lawyers. You know who this Janelle Grant actually is? A lawyer. She's a lawyer. Why do you think she hitting Vince with all this shit? Why she throwing in trafficking and all the rest of that shit? Because that sounds real juicy, don't it? That's the same shit they got R. Kelly for, right? She trying to bury that motherfucker. He almost dead. She trying to bury his ass because he cut off the spigot on her ass and fucked up her retirement plan, I guess. Absolutely right, Malika. You're never supposed to shit where you eat. It's hard to resist, but you're never supposed to shit where you eat. Don't shit where you eat. I learned that shit back in my fucking teens. Fucking with my coworker. And I had some good too. It was my girlfriend. Sue me. But you're never supposed to shit where you eat. Never. And it's hard to resist. It is hard to resist. Because, put it this way, especially if you work in an environment that is predominantly male men, you should be extra leery of any female that comes to work in that place that looks attractive. Given the angry man standard, if she's a single mama, you should be 3 times as leery. Because there is an incentive there. There's a reason why certain people who are smart about this shit are never caught alone in a room with a woman. Never. Why? Because if she starts feeling some kind of way later on, which she always does, that'll end up being your job, nigga. Well, you did something to me inappropriate in this office. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, i.e. Mike Pence. Yes. On Wikipedia, look up Mike Pence. No. My wife is there, and the door will always be open, and the blinds will always be open. Something that they should probably do here at this job. Because we got some people breaking that rule, and will leave the company wide open for a fucking lawsuit. One day. If she don't get away. Just had a conversation about this male youth at my facility I work at. Exactly. Because I told you this before, Beastly. This culture runs on young women in a sense, but also runs on churning up young men. That's why all the booby traps are set for you when you're young. Because something got to catch you. They got to catch you with something. The main thing they catch you with is the things your penis likes. That's the main way to catch you. The way to trip you up into a bunch of shit. My old buddy Ron told me this a long time ago, and I hold to it, and I've told people this many a times. If you think about your problems in life, your penis is usually the cause of most of them. That's what it is. Where you stuck it, where you didn't stick it, who wanted, who didn't get to have it. That's always the issue. Nowadays, they added a new one on there. It's just because you got one. Oh, you got a penis? Fuck you. You'll make sure your life miserable because I wanted to have one. Naturally. You have privilege because it starts with a P. No, I don't. I don't. If I had privilege, I wouldn't have to listen to this dumb shit coming out of your mouth. So obviously, I don't have that kind of privilege. It's always her word against men, and your word don't mean shit. Even though men are the only ones who stand on their word. You ever think of how funny that situation is, Malika? Word for word, but your words don't mean as much as hers. But you're the only one who has to stand on your word with everything you do in the man's world. What does it mean to stand on your square as a man? You stand on your word. There's whole business relationships just based on a man keeping his fucking word. You ain't got to keep shit. You ain't even got to keep time. Well, they womb sacred. Or shit that you engaged in, back to the WWF shit that y'all engaged in and you consented to private. Don't have to do that either. And there ain't no innocent. This country has proven more times than not that there is nothing innocent. Nobody is innocent. Because they will go back as far as they have to prove you are terrible on some point or another. Yes, and especially black men in America. Don't get your honey where you get your money. They said that is, I've heard that one too, Beastly. One of my older cousins used to say that. Okay, don't get your honey where you get your money. Yeah, should get it in two separate places. If you can, get it in two separate places. But here's what happened. And this goes to this argument of not having women in the workplace anymore. Not with men. If you're not interested in these chicks, they will make your life miserable at work. Because some nigga will be. Somebody will. And they will use their influence off of this dude to fuck with you. I've been the victim of this. I've seen it happen. Why? My last corporate job, the reason I'm not there anymore is because some little round troll ass chick hooked up with a sister, troll ass single mama, who was mad that I wasn't interested in them and wouldn't kiss their ass. So you know what they found to do? Be disrespectful as much as possible. And since my district manager at that time was a simp ass motherfucker who wanted to kiss their asses, they used him to fuck with me. Because he didn't like me because I wasn't, the black man he thought I should be. I didn't like LeBron James. I didn't wear Jordans. I didn't listen to a bunch of trap music. He didn't know how to relate to me, being Guamanian and all. He didn't know how to relate. I didn't fit any of the stereotypes that he grew to embrace. I would actually give them that look like, no, you don't say nigga around me. And he didn't like that. He felt, kind of intimidated, I think, a little bit. I was too smart. Too much on the ball, man. I could have been his boss. Oh, no. He couldn't have that. I would actually, stand up and be like, no. He didn't like that. I wasn't afraid of him. He didn't like that shit at all. It was so terrible. Terrible, terrible. So they worked together to trump up shit to get me out of there. In the words of two terrible ass fucking workers, or not terrible ass workers, terrible ass attitude workers, paired with someone trying to watch their own ass, was enough to push me out. You see how I work, yo. You don't see it, but you hear about it. You see how I'm at work right now. And I do got to answer that call, so. But I'm the one who had to go. So the argument goes against women being in the workplace where it's predominantly men is that, like this case that this woman brought against Vince McMahon for all this shit, I believe all this shit was consensual. All of it was. If it wasn't consensual, you wouldn't have text messages of it. Now, it's not out of the ordinary for people to save text messages because I have text messages that are still on phones that I don't even use anymore. And there's some raunchy shit in there that I've texted to women that I'm fucking to get them in the mood and hyped up or whatever. Yeah, you have some conversations, especially if you're not next to each other to do anything about it. You have conversations in this digital age. You have text conversations. And if you want to get graphic on them, you will have graphic text conversations. But one of the things that I always find interesting about what's taken in these text conversations, you never get their responses, what they were saying to this shit. Because trust and believe, nobody starts a text conversation with, oh, I want a couple of dudes to do this to you and want to treat you like dirt and step on your head and stuff. Nobody opens up a conversation like that. That is the progression of a conversation. That is the meat of a conversation, like the best parts from something that built up to that and then escalated down from there. Oh, there's definitely some pictures, Beastly. Look, if anybody want to hack the shit, I got pictures right here on my computer right now. I'm a grown-up. And I usually do grown-up shit with other grown-ups. And I don't think it's foul, wrong, or anything. I ain't never shit on nobody. That's a bit much. I don't do fecal matter stuff. I don't do feet, and I don't do fecal matter. That's... Nah, nigga. No, that's not sexy to me. Nah, it's not. But I understand that's what white folks get into. They get into the degrading of people during sex. And Caucasian women like that. And do it willingly. They like that feeling of that powerlessness and being degraded. Mm-hmm. They do. Especially the more power they got. That's the whole role reversal of this shit. The more power you have, the less you want to have sexually. And the less power you have, the more you want to be dominant sexually. That's how it works. That's the power exchange. So, yeah. There you go. One of my favorite books, Portrait of Dorian Gray, Oscar Wilde. Everything about sex except sex. Sex is about power. So what do you hear when you hear these quotes that everybody keeps quoting the same ones about Vince McMahon and this shit, about wanting to drive her down and make her nothing? That's a dominance play. And it's probably what she wanted. You know why? If she didn't want it, he wouldn't have been doing it. Because you can't force anybody to do that shit. Can't. You would actually have to have them bound up, chained to a toilet somewhere to do that shit. Locked up in some dungeon somewhere that you only pulled them out and strapped them to the table so you can have a fucking way with them. That's the only way that shit would actually happen. But is she free to roam and walk around and go home and live her life and talk to her friends and get Starbucks in the morning and shit like that? You ain't controlling shit. She controlling it. Because she can tell you to stop. I don't like these texts. Don't send me another fucking text like this again. That'd be like sending a chick a penis pic. If she don't want to see it ever again, she'll tell you, don't send me no shit like that. Ew. Gross. Or on the flip side, still showing you pictures of her vagina. And that has happened to me. And I never asked to see that shit. So all this sex stuff ain't really like freaking me out and blowing my fucking skirt up. It just seems like a hit job. It sounds like legalized extortion, like somebody else is pointing it out in here. That's all it seems like. She got mad because he cut off the money. And she still need the money. And because she's a lawyer, she did what lawyers do. I will fuck you with paperwork since you won't fuck me with money. And that's what she's doing. And that's why you don't see no pictures of her outside of the two that you can look up of her ass. But you do know her name. Because she ain't afraid. You know what's consistent for people who actually have had some of this traumatic shit happen to them like that? They never want to give their name. Never. That's how you know it's bullshit. She wants to be known. And how you know it's an extortion feeding frenzy because she asking for other people to step forward. Why? You got a strong case, right? So why do you need other people to step forward? Why don't they do their own fucking case? Instead of trying to make it a feeding frenzy so everybody get paid off of it. Just a greedy bitch. You already know women are self-centered. They only click up on shit to fuck over men. That's the only time they click up on shit. Anything else is all about them, fuck you. Yeah, Malika, another strag trying to come up and get a payoff. Yeah. He cut off the spigot on her. She didn't like that shit. He was supposed to be supplementing her lifestyle for, I guess, the rest of her life. Even if he not fucking her and went back to fucking his wife. Or not fucking her. You can't move on to somebody else. I'm not going to be ignored, Vince. She'll burn down the whole fucking company about being mad that man ain't fucking with her no more. The whole fucking company. Everybody that's employed there, everybody that she passed in the office, everybody that knew she was probably sucking the boss's dick and never said anything, went and did their job, went home and fed their kids and shit. You'll burn down that whole fucking company because you ain't getting what the fuck you want out of it right now. You Lilith ass sister bitch. Names withheld to protect the innocent. Yeah, she ain't innocent. She ain't innocent as shit. There are women who get off on getting shit on. Look, we all black in here, right? Since we got all the people that like to throw white people dicks out in the public. What's that line in one of Biggie's albums? He was talking about that shit about some chick wanted him to shit on her. He said, "Oh, I might shit on you by not calling you no more." But no, she really wanted me to shit on her. Really. Some chicks get into getting degraded, dude. Some of them do. Doesn't mean they're not broken people, but some of them do. People have some real proclivities. You want to find out about how weird people's proclivities is, and I only say weird in the understanding that weird means it's different from yours. Okay? Get into psychology and study people's sexual issues. You'll find out a lot of weird shit. It might make you like, I don't know, nigga. Really? You pay money to get pegged by a horse? You're a guy. Yeah, I just want to know what it felt like. But you're a guy. Why not just be gay? There's dudes out there that'll fuck you. No, I need that interspecies erotica. Good. Okay. You grown. Do what the fuck you want to, man. Do what the fuck you want to do. What am I to say about it? I can't control nobody on this planet. Don't female lawyers typically like that type of sexual role play that Dom sub with? Yes, Beastly. A lot of women like that kind of shit. A lot of them do. And a lot of dudes in powerful positions like that role reversal. That's why you can see so many executive assistants getting fucked by their boss. They like the role reversal. They like the power exchange. He don't have to be the boss in charge of shit. She can just tell him what to do and be his mistress. And all he has to do is what she asked. Whatever the hell she asked. You will be my footstool. You will lick the dog shit from my booty. The fuck do you think that was about? Welcome to slavery. Slavery is submission. That's what a sex slave is. Submitting to the dominant person. That's how you understand how to, top from the bottom. As I understand it. There's some freak speak for you. The irony of that is just like the character, she's a lawyer too. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Shocking, ain't it? Not really. If she didn't have a law degree, she would have made the same play. She'd have made the same play. Especially in this culture, in this day and age. That's the play. That's the come up. It's always the come up. It's predictable. If she was worried about her future after this shit, she would have never released her name. But she's expecting a payout. That's why. So she ain't worried about getting another job. That's why you know her fucking name. Because she's expecting a payout. She's expecting to be set up for life and she never have to worry about going to get a job from nobody else ever again. And me personally, I'd make her look for another job. Wouldn't pay her ass shit on this case. I'd throw it the fuck out. Because if you have text messages of all this shit and this shit was going on for years, you was fucking him willingly. And I'm not for paying off bitches just because. You want to get paid out? Get married. Then try for a divorce. But you wouldn't have got a payout that way, would you? Because he was already married. Which means you probably shouldn't be fucking with married men. And since you wasn't fucking a copy boy at that place at WWE, I tend to believe you want to fuck with dudes with some status and some money. Why? Because you like the power. And you know, just like I do, they have proclivities. Can get you into some risky fucking with your feelings and your sensibility shit that you women get into. Like getting choked, spanked, shit on, pissed on, ran through by 5 other dudes that you don't know from nowhere. Wearing a mask, not wearing a mask, videotape, not videotape, chips, whips, chains, whips. All that shit. Get into all of that stuff. The only thing that slows y'all down is finding somebody willing to do all that shit with you. But men of means have that ability and proclivity. If you want me to believe that it's so shocking that Vince was doing this shit, why can I go back and watch a documentary called, I think it was Beyond the Mat, and hear about Jake the Snake telling his own stories from when he was on the road and what kind of sexual exploits he would get into just being on the road as a wrestler. What kind of shit he would get into. As a white man living a white man's life. On the road, wrestling city to city. And the shit he was saying he got into that wasn't enough for him after a point was like, it's a big company. And a lot of willing women. So, for me, like the Grace Jabari case, I think it's bullshit. I do think it's extortion. To push Vince out of the company he built, brought to the heights that he brought it to push him out because now somebody else owns the shit. And they don't want his ass involved in it. I don't think you need to scrub him from the history of the WWE because there is no history of the WWE without Vince McMahon. I mean, that would be stupid, wouldn't it? That'd be like, I don't know, scrubbing Walt Disney from Disney's history, wouldn't it? All in favor of, you think you're making females safe? Females who consented to do these sexual acts with this man? Interesting. Interesting notion. The super shitter. No shit. I mean, if I gotta watch, why can I remember watching a whole segment on WWE where he pulled his fucking pants down around his ass in the center of the ring and had motherfuckers kissing his ass? Grown men kiss his white ass. And I'm supposed to be surprised. Oh, he shit on her. You know what that means then, right? She was either licking the jingle bells or tonguing his taint. Either way, shit was inbound. She was there willingly. Because if you read the rest of the shit, you find out somebody was banging her the fuck out while she was doing it. But she didn't want to be there. Then how'd you end up there? Did he pick you up from home? Drive you in the car? Take you to the office? Bang you out a little bit? Say, yeah, I'm going to let homeboy have a go. Why don't you do some more? Oh, he cute. Do that shit. I'm going to go take a shower. There's a video like that right now on the internet somewhere, nigga. You can find it. on the free ski. You ain't even got to pay for this shit. Some chick after the club, at a club, fucking some dude and his homeboy. Some chick in college doing that shit. Are you fucking kidding me? This is a grown-ass woman we're talking about. 44 years old? And I'm supposed to be shocked about something that happened 4 years ago with a 40-year-old woman. Dude, I tell you what, some of y'all might be on some of these dating apps, right? Look for the trashiest dating app you can find and put in 40-year-old white women and see what kind of proclivities they got and what they're looking for. I guarantee you a Black Johnson is kind of high on the list, especially if they had one, or they're looking to have some more. And see what kind of shit they into, what they looking for. And understand that that's just one app. And you can't possibly look through all the profiles. Just think about it. Do the math in your head. If you ain't got shit else to do. The numbers is going to get kind of fucking high. Tell you, it was a Tuesday at Diddy's. Yeah. It's a hump day, nigga. Shitting on bitches. Vince helped Jimmy Snuka get out of being responsible for the death of his girlfriend. I heard that, but that's unrelated to what I'm talking about. Vince was in a tag team handicap match with a lawyer, basically. Yeah. Yeah, she was handling them both like a champ, nigga. No straps, no locked doors, no none of that shit. Hardcore match is what that shit was. Hardcore match. And Vince did pull out the shitter finish. The Rolling Thunder. No, what is it called? The Rolling Brownout. The Rolling Brownout. Shout out to the movie Sex Drive. The funny shit. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I got to go respond to this stupid ass call. That's not an urgent or an emergency, but I still have to respond to it nonetheless. Apologies for the interruptions in the stream. I will edit that shit out because kids got to be fucking kids. I really hate that it happened. And in the meantime, well, I don't need to make a statement. I only have panels when I fucking feel like it, but there will be no new faces on panels at all. And those of you who do want to get on panels that know me, you're going to have to fucking text me. And y'all already got my number. So you know who the fuck you are. So there won't be any of that shit happening in the future. If the stream or channel is down because of that shit, you know why. You can find me on Patreon, RSNMC on Patreon, and we'll go from there. You might have took care of something that I was thinking about anyway. So I'm perturbed by that shit. Give me a reason to reinvent. Maybe. I'm pretty set in my ways. But otherwise, you guys enjoy the game. I will peek in on the score every once in a while to see where it's at. Because like I said, I want to see what day I'm calling my brother. Am I calling him today or am I calling him Tuesday? And that's just to show him some love because I love my little brother. I do. Love him to death. That motherfucker 40-something years old. And that's amazing to me. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I will talk next time or at a later point about the Gina Carano lawsuit because I do really like that Elon is helping her out with her case against Disney in Lucasfilm. I do like that because he got deep pockets. I do think it could blow back on Elon kind of fucked up. But I think it's a good thing. They do need to be pulled on the carpet about some shit, especially about that shit with her. I think she's a nice lady. I would fucking nibble on her butt cheek if she let me. That's what it is, nigga. I like Gina Carano. Even older Gina, she could still get it, but she too nice. I seen her boyfriend. She don't want me. She don't want no parts of me. I've seen her boyfriend, dude. She all right. She good. Her taste is not me. I'm not her taste. Don't matter. But I think the lawsuit is a good thing, and I hope they win. But with that, another note to the trolls that came through. I could just lace you with some profanities and insults, but I'll say this. Life in and of itself is a game. And in any game, you have to figure out at some point if you are winning or losing in that game. You have to figure out if the moves that you are making are advancing you in a positive direction or are they advancing you in a negative direction. That goofy shit you were doing on my stream, ask yourself, what is it serving you? What is it earning you? How does it help you? How is it advancing your life in any way? I'm not going to tell you what I think it is, but ask yourself that questions if you can. And figure out why most people see that as being pointless. Because when this stream is over and you're done having your chuckle on that shit, no matter where you go, there you are, in the same fucking place, being just as pathetic. For me, I'm going to go out and use some of my other skills. And then I'm going to work on developing some new skills with that guitar I just bought. Because I want to learn how to do some other shit productive. So, thank you guys for coming through. And I will see you guys next time. Peace.